何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Golden Hour Cup. I will be your caster private dancer alongside the familiar handsome G the Ico. How are you doing, Ico?
What's going on, everybody? I'm doing good, Private. It's been a while since I've been back. I mean, a lot of people haven't seen me in ages. I know you've kind of been everywhere as well. So it's been great, dude. It's good to be back in the tournament scene. It's good to actually see MLBB again.
Yeah, like I said, we've been all over, especially when it comes to casting. Started picking it up again. I want to say this week more with things in NA, but always kind of been trying to keep that community spot, that community seat warm. But it's no place like home. And today we will be featuring 4 teams from the Golden Hour Cup, a completion of 32 teams that were competing in a best of 1. The semifinals were a best of 3, but here tonight it will feature a best of 5 for the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the Golden Hour Cup, man. This is the golden hour of MLBB. I can't wait to see what these guys bring in. It seems like from what we found out in a short period of time that this tournament is kind of like a small community tournament. I'm not sure if there's any veterans in the chat out there. We've done quite a bit of small community tournaments back in the past with Trex. We've done some Transformers. We've done a lot. We've done a lot out there. So this is going to be, I think, a cool event. Definitely one of the biggest events I've seen other since the Transformers.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things going to be happening here. I think for the next 2 teams that we will be casting with, it will be Syndicate taking on Power Rangers. I want to say big news for right now is that new hero Marcel will be available for a draft, which I want to say has been, we've still kind of had that little shy zone where everybody's been learning him. He hasn't been available for a lot of tournaments. So this will probably be about the first one we'll see possibly of him in NA if he gets through draft, because I can tell you anything, if it's anything like the ranked games I've been playing recently, he's a very strong roam that kind of deserves that ban spot.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel, definitely not someone I've seen just yet, being back into the scene. But if any experience from knowing, new heroes that have coming out, they're just too strong, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring to the playing field. Me and Private yesterday seen some of the ending of the qualifiers for North America, which for the AMR, and we didn't get to see him. So if we see Marcel in this, it'd be wild. I mean, there could be even crazier picks as well when it comes to this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of things picking up in North America. I know that at the beginning of the year, I want to say everybody was kind of taking a little break, taking a little bit of a breather. North America kind of just kind of flattened out, silenced a little bit to kind of get that pause in. But I want to say here right now, we're in March and we are hitting the ground running with a ton of things going on. Like you said, the Amer North tournament is running strong as well. I believe they're still going to be competing later on tonight as well. The Amer South, which will lead us into next month when we start going into those qualifiers for EWC. But here, the community, which is something that me and you, along with Trex, were brought up on, where we kind of found our way through the Mobile Legends community and the love and the ferocity that everybody kind of supports it with. Even when it comes to this community tournament, with the production value that we have here, it's probably a little bit easier that they've got a little bit of production and a lot of people helping out in the back when it's not just Aiko and a hamster wheel in the background trying to run a production show.
Sometimes we just make do with what we got. I can't be the strongest one out there. I try to lift everybody up, but no, it's
yeah, a lot of.
I mean, I've already seen from the very beginning. Just the countdown was looking good. It's good to see, some of the Naruto skins and videos being played, and overall just everything looking good. One thing we did find out, if you guys are kind of wondering, is that this tournament, compared to what we were seeing yesterday, is not global ban. So we can see multiple heroes being utilized in this tournament. So I think this is more of like a friendlier tournament. Like they're being not as competitive, but it's still got that competitive nature into it. So,
yeah, definitely.
Versus Syndicate.
And like I said, it's usually with these community tournaments, you get a lot of teams kind of relaxing, going on some of their friendlier picks that they have out there. Like you said, it's not going to be global ban, which I want to say is kind of a new phase for a lot of people in Mobile Legends. A global ban, which we saw a little bit yesterday. Today, it's going to be basically a free for all, no global ban. People can feel free to pick the same heroes over and over again. If it's not broken, don't worry about trying to fix it when it comes to the draft. So people are free to kind of go on to those comfort heroes and to continue to using them at the expense of possibly being countered out by the enemy. So I mean, it's one of those kind of double-edged swords that you need to worry about. But I'm really excited. Like I said, I know for a lot of people, there's the Marcel is kind of a brand new thing. Even if you do like ranking regularly in the game, you probably haven't seen too much of Marcel because he's been banned pretty much every single match. But he's just got a huge kit, very tanky, and he's probably going to be one of the #1 roams coming up here very soon, with his ability to basically just freeze time around. Not just freeze time, but basically projectiles, bullets, anything will be gets frozen up in his ultimate golden hour. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams are going to be able to utilize that. I've been on the losing end of Marcel. I didn't realize he was so strong, kind of allowed him through to my regret in a few ranked games. And even little things like using your ult, and you're sitting there like, man, I know I pressed that, and you see the little it kind of marked out that you can't use it right now because you're frozen in time. You're like, well, I guess we're all just going to be waiting here. So it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of compositions a lot of these teams can come up with.
True. I mean, I've already seen some of them in the backside of things, you know, when managing some of the top end esports teams right now. And I mean, the layouts are crazy. I've been watching some of my players actually watch some of the MPLs overseas, and the combinations that are coming out is absolutely insane.
Mm.
So I it's gonna be wild. I mean, the synergy, I think just everything that you can bring with the hero combinations right now is just so much different compared to when I was like, you know, 6 or 7 months ago.
Well, and you have the glory of like an inside peek when it comes to it, since you've been managing teams for like, I want to say the better half of what, 2-3 years now. And so you've been able to see the scrims, see how really close in detail how a lot of these players handle it, and the adjustments that have been made through the last 2 years of all the different compositions, the different metas coming together, and how they're played, and all the differences. We're going to be entering pretty soon when it comes to Mobile Legends. We're going to be entering, I want to say, a new era where it comes into leaning less onto some of those one-trick heroes and more onto like that broader knowledge of hero pools going into each lane, which is going to be interesting. One thing that's always stood out to me has been certain things like flexibility in lanes. We're at a point right now where gold and farm laners, they need to understand not just marksmen, but also fighters in their lane, which kind of puts a lot on some of their shoulders here, of what you can actually use against certain things. I think we talked a little bit offline about Freya users and how strong of a pick that is, and what type of team is going to be needed, and what type of strengths you need to be able to use something that is that strong in the current meta.
100%. And I think the biggest thing competitively wise that we've noticed is that especially in like the major tournaments, is that the meta is there, but it's not like you can't be reliant on it. Like you have to switch it up. You have to come up with new things that are a little bit out of the meta, out of the norm, to just be able to compete and bring things together. And I think we might see that in the Golden Cup as well. Um, we'll have to see. I mean, it's Power
We've
Ranger
been
versus
seeing
Syndicate. which
Yeah,
I've
we've
never
been seeing
heard
some
of.
interesting. We've been seeing some interesting things, especially when it comes. I want to say when you're not at the tippy top level, where the meta has been completely kind of ironed out for you, and straying from it can kind of more often than not lead to ruin. When you're at this kind of level where it's like friendly competition, teams that aren't at, like I said, like at the tippy top, you get more nuanced picks, things that people are a little bit comfortable on. Maybe somebody's like global on a Nana and just, yeah, they could use a Farja. Yeah, they could go ahead and go with a Zeshian, but it's like, I'm pretty good on this Nana, so I think I can handle some of the counters out there. So like when it comes to some of these other teams, that's what I usually like to see is like who's good on some of those just off the wall heroes that you don't usually get to see out there. I know sometimes I can be a little bit harsher on some of the marksman's pick. There's some that I just like a Hanabi pick out there. I think we saw a little bit in a stream yesterday where it wasn't as it wasn't as strong as it should have been for some of the picks, but it is nice to see something outside of the box sometimes.
100%. And I could see it as well. But without further ado, we got a little bit of technical difficulties going on, so we're going to be running to a break again real quick. We shall see you guys here soon.
Amaterasu. 愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
照らす。愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
照らす。愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
照らす。愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
照らす。愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。 かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。 かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for staying with us through that little bit of technical difficulties, but we are on and we are sprinting through it, ready to go ahead and jump right into this draft.
We are. Sorry, and I'm ready for it. Let's see it.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart.
We gotta go into the back end side of things, everybody. So we'll be rolling here soon. The players are actually already in the drafting and they're just firing away with shots right now. So we should be soon jumping into the drafts. This time I think is it still it's still Syndicate and Power Rangers. So they've been waiting patiently, just as we have. A little bit of technical difficulties on getting a tournament lobby going, but we'll be rolling in shortly.
I think all of the little issues that players have run into when it comes to like the region lock and things like that sometimes can be multiplied exponentially when it comes to putting that into the production side, where you got to try to manage all of the different regions and make sure that everybody's kind of playing on the same side as well. So we will get that straightened out for you guys here shortly as we get ready for this draft. I can actually talk you through where we're at with the draft right now. I want to say on the left side, Grok, Yusun, and Freya are banned. Usually a lot of those early game picks being picked off there. On the right side, we have Eve, Zushin, and Sora being taken off the board. I think big things have been kind of moving, especially when it comes to Freya in that early game, and just the amount of CC and offensive capabilities that Sora provides for teams as well has been huge. Now just waiting for that first pick to come online.
It's actually really refreshing to see that a lot of the bans that are coming through
I am the divine storm.
that are just been an absolute nuisance in the game. Picking up Akaja as the first pick on the side for Blues, a little wild. I'm not sure if I would prio Akaja.
Yeah, it's honestly it's one of those things that you usually kind of put out there as I guess a deterrence. Maybe now is what they're hoping to kind of use the Kaja as something that can kind of maybe offset a couple of picks. But I mean, you're kind of especially when it comes to things getting online. Leo gets that level 4 immediately for that turtle. Kaja's going to be in that roam position. He's going to be waiting a little bit. He's not going to have that He's not going to have that level 4 immediately unless you're kind of not picking up that roam those roam boots early in the game. So he's not actually going to be coming online until a little bit after that fight, which is where I want to say it's so integral to try to win that, especially over something like a Leo Mark.
Deepest feelings.
Introducing my buddy. That's Mari.
So
Odette?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. You asked me yesterday, like, if there's some wild picks. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting for me. I feel like Odette gets kind of stopped by a Leo Mort who kind of dive in there, do an incredible amount of damage. Odette really shines for a lot of the more mobile assassin heroes, the ones that can do a decent amount of damage but are squishy themselves, that really rely on their mobility to get out of harm's way. The birth of the Swan Song, the area that it covers, makes it so that a lot of assassins, no matter how fast they are, no matter how many dashes that they have, they're still going to get caught in a lot of that damage. Here, I feel like, unfortunately, with a Leo Mord, with a Hilda out there, there's a lot to stun and stop that Swan Song as soon as it goes off.
100%. And I mean, not only that, I mean, the carry's going to be strong. She's just gonna die. I just don't know what they're gonna try to do with her. I feel like they're gonna have to play on the outside and maybe be a little wild with her. I mean, I've never seen her played at all recently. So maybe both the Kaja and the Odette are literally their best picks.
Let them play the hero.
Those people on that
I will be
side
the
need
truth
those
this
heroes.
world desperately needs.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that's kind of coming in. I think we're really leaning on an opportunity to get the Divine Judgment from the Kaja, get the stun on with the Odette, put the damage on with the Swan Song, then have the Blazing do it. We're really on paper, we're really looking for that wombo combo and for everybody to play their roles perfectly. The only problem that kind of comes with that is even if you're checking all the boxes perfectly, there's little things that can go wrong that can completely offset that. Something like grabbing the Hilda instead of the carry, grabbing the Leo Mord instead of the carry. There's a lot of things that if you don't grab the right person, you end up now what happens is you've brought Leo closer to your team. You've brought a heavy hitting tank that weakens your squishy members like a Hilda closer to your team. So it can be very interesting to see how this composition plays out. Do see that Yuzong has been taken off the board for the right side. I'm trying to figure out I believe a left side is which one would hold on, let me find out here. Which one is Syndicate? Okay, so
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows.
left side is a Syndicate and right side is the RNG Rangers, Power Rangers. Okay, got it. It's all becoming clear now. as I think we missed a ban on the Syndicate side, and we're gonna go ahead and take out Suyu on the Power Ranger side.
Yeah, and so I mean, Power Rangers is looking like a typical draft at this point, and we're looking at Syndicate being a little bit wild.
The southern
I mean,
seas
getting rid of
are
the
my
Odette is
domain.
also interesting. I mean, with the very first 3 bans that Syndicate's already done were really high prio. They also missed 1 ban, it seems, so maybe they actually needed to ban something there. It'd just be interesting to see here.
Yeah, I feel like the Kadita. I mean, I see the problem. If that's one of the ones that's on the enemy team, first of all, she's going to be able to come in there and absolutely demolish onto a swan song. Or if Kaja grabs her, that's an easy escape for a Kadita to be able to get out of there. So we'll see how kind of this works out for the team as they go ahead to snatch up that Arlet really quickly for the EXP lane. And actually still kind of wondering where this Kaja is going to be going. Are we going to still have this as a roam, or is this possibly going to be an XP lane?
See value in me?
Yeah,
You
I
should.
mean, it looks like they're trying to bait out the roam pick very last. I could definitely see that being in the roam and then not the but it could be either or. It's a pretty flexible pick if they do decide to go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not. I don't hate this if we're going to stick with the Guinevere, especially if it's in. Okay, we're going to be going with a
I'm not
Phobius.
the only one bound by
Your
these
team is
chains.
picking.
That's an
I mean,
interesting embarrassment there. got a little retry on there.
Is it worth it? Right? Is it worth it with the Phobius pick? Like, I don't think his abilities proc would have Hilda roam, right? I mean,
Well, his abilities now, they proc with his abilities. If he can get that,
Crowned by heaven's
pull,
mandate,
however many
my legacy
enemies get
shall
pulled,
endure.
he'll be able to get procced off of those. There's the second part of his first ability that his demonic force procs off of, and then I believe there is an enhanced auto attack that if he connects with that, it procs his demonic force as well. So it's not just dashes. Dashes do help, but it's not just dashes anymore where he is able to shine. So we're going to see as soon as that first turtle fight happens, how well he's going to be able to kind of get into that back line and really be a force to be reckoned with.
definitely.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to move into game 1 of the Golden Hour Cup finals. It is going to be Syndicate on the blue side, Power Rangers on the right side. As we get into this final look at the draft to see which team will come ahead, especially when it comes to a best of 5. Those first few matches are so important to kind of establish that standard for how these games are going to be played.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops
Flag is going
deployed!
in. Ah, I'm also down there at the little corner of the screen too. Oh no! Why is it frozen?
Uh-oh.
Thanks. All right. Fix it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get into the match in a moment.
This is the problem with the U.S. tournament. It happened to me yesterday as well. Like at the beginning of the launch of the very first tournament mode, just kind of crashes on you. But it's all right. We'll get it fixed. It just takes a second to load right back into the game, and then we'll be in there. We get to see a little bit of surprise for the first, 30 seconds. But it is what it is. Do you know what these little status symbols are on these pictures? This is new to me.
That is a
leaderboard?
certification in Excel. No, I don't know. I have no idea what those little ones are. I know that
on the leaderboards.
Possibly. I don't think that they would actually. I'm being told that is a verified squad symbol there. No longer the other mark that we used to get with those. Yeah, as we go ahead, get into it. Into the gold lane here. It does look like Kid from Rangers is going to... Oh, wow. Actually, dodges. A beautiful dodge of the Appraiser's Wrath there. Arthur going ahead, wasting that ult. Thought he had the pickup there. What a great play there by Kid to read the situation, get back to his tower, and then dodge the ultimate coming out from Arthur on that Fredrin. And now we're going to go ahead and continue. Does look like we're at the 50% mark of the turtle, trying to get it down. Ooh, not in a great position is a Syndicate to try to get in there. You see Kiki Lulu does go in there. We do have a Swan Song going out there. This is exactly what I was worried about. You see, with the Phantom Steed, Kiki Lulu on this Leo, able to just charge in and burst her down. So there really wasn't much that Pinkie Pie was going to be able to do there on that Odette, even with the ultimate on there, spraying damage to the entire team.
Yeah, L-Rush in a little bit of a sticky situation here, kind of being poked down. I mean, some of the biggest things that we're seeing on the field right now is that there's just a lot of pressure from Power Rangers, so it's huge. I mean, the gold lead's already 1,000 on the side, just from 2 kills.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy too. You've got the mage on the side of Power Rangers, and you've got Leo, the jungler, Kiki Lulu, sitting at 2 kills each. So I mean, that's exactly where you want to have the damage dealers out there. They're 2 kills of their own though, coming from the side of Syndicate. Suru on the Kaja does have 1 picked up. He does have 2 deaths there. Ooh, we're gonna come in with a demonic force, but not a plan there behind them. Rest of the team comes in there. We do have a final slash out there. Mini is down, looking for another ultimate. Swan Song is out, able to burst down, save Fox. So in a good position, but as I was talking about the burst damage coming from 444, able to shut down Pinkie Pie in that Swan Song on that Odette very quickly. And now Cal Rush might be in a little bit of trouble. You can see 444 and Kid looking maybe to try to get a sandwich, looking for an opportunity to try to get in there, but the side's against it.
Yeah, I mean, first total finally coming up here. The biggest things that we can see is that the crush walls are here, but Rush.
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and get out of there with that BMI. He's going to have to give up that tower. A lot of gold there going over to Cal Rush goes back in. 444 right there to go ahead and land the damage. Here come reinforcements from the side of Syndicate in the form of that Odette. Oh my, able to take them down. Suru there with the helping hand to make sure that it wasn't just the Swan Song. Able to help them last, but very close to getting taken out there. Big ultimate comes out from Huzuki, able to go ahead and smash down onto Syndicate. That's going to be another kill for their team, looking at 5-10 for the lead in favor of the Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take this mid tower as well. No.
Ooh. Yeah, Pinkie Pie a little bit too close there, even with the demonic force, not enough to cover the defense. And 4 Mini gets taken down. Kid taking a heap of damage, but throwing out with that ultimate, able to kind of just put on the attack speed. And you saw that Cal Rush actually had to disengage from that. From the back end, a beautiful flank coming in from 4-4, able to take down the gold laner, but he is gonna get scooped up in reply. 6-13 right now. Rangers in a very firm lead.
100%. And right now they have to figure out what they can do to change the tide here, right? Because I mean, we're looking at a 6-13 lead. First turtle is the only thing that has went down. I think it actually might have been 2 turtles in the time we were watching. So towers are really low on the side of
yeah, what a beautiful fury of the Phoenix there to catch the Odette. Pinkie Pie tried to disengage, but it wasn't enough. Got caught by the stun from the Zeshion there too as well. So a great read there coming from the Rangers to set up that gank, and that is going to be Pinkie Pie down again. Right now, sitting at 1-4-3.
fighting 6-14 with There's really not much Syndicate can do right now. Power Rangers are scaling heavily. Goldie's just leading. I don't think they have any really early hero comps on the side of Syndicate here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're kind of leaning. Yeah, this next turtle is going to be getting scooped up by the Rangers. They're going to go ahead and turn around looking for a fight here. Pinkie Pie gets caught with the final slash, goes ahead, has the swan song on, using it defensively. The entire disengage, but in comes the Fury of the Phoenix to stop down a Syndicate in their tracks. They do catch them underneath the tower. 444 and a little bit of problems down at the bottom. Not able to find an escape, and Rangers powerless to watch. Another Phantom Steed comes in, able to scoop up Arthur. Mini running for his tower, looking for a little bit of reprieve, comes in with a demonic force, but it's not enough just yet. Look at the damage coming out. More demonic forces slamming down onto Yuki and Kiki Lulu, but they teamed up together, are able to take down the rogue Phoveus.
Nobody can stop Kiki Lulu at this point. The moment the horse just stampedes into the crowd of Syndicate, they just collapse. It's like they get steamrolled. But I mean, the biggest thing that Syndicate did have is the Kaja's making plays. Like really, Sorry is definitely going insane with the Kaja.
Yeah, definitely making plays, definitely able to find those great grabs, get them underneath tower, even when it is one of the stronger ones. Ooh, 444, gonna dive into there. Two of them are not able to do anything. That's kind of how strong this team is right now. You see Asuru doing his best to kind of check that bush, be in the front lines for his team. 444 though, this is the value of, we've talked about the Hilda. When you're ahead, Hilda's almost unstoppable. So tanky, there's not enough that you can do to try to take her down. In comes the swan song, immediately bursted down by the team. King scooping up the kill there. Kiki Lulu does find himself another one for his team. Demonic Force comes down, slams down onto Kid, looking for another one, but 444 able to scoop it up. A 3-1, a 3-for-1 so far for the Rangers, who walk away from that fight victorious.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see Arthur down here kind of scoping out the Lord, but I don't think there's much they're going to be able to do. Like you said, 3-for-1 is massive for Power Rangers, and I mean, it's just making their scalability go even higher. 444 is over here doing some really great zonage, and I don't know if Syndicate really can do anything to show some competitiveness on this first Lord, but they're definitely going to try.
Yeah, the problem is too, is I feel like Pinkie Pie is so used to being in the lead, being ahead on this Odette pick. Even when the Swan Song comes in, you can see Pinkie Pie diving into the middle. I feel like if they were kind of going at an angle, still oh, nice little pull there, coming in the form of the Divine Judgment, followed up on a Fury of the Phoenix there to go into the head, pausing up the rest of Syndicate now. Power Rangers looking for a disengage there. Kiki Lulu comes from the top, scoops up a kill, but in reply, able to take down Kid and 444. Mini going in with a demonic force, but taken out before he can slam down. Say Fox on the back end there, looking for a kill of his own. Unfortunately, not able to find it. Asuru taking a little bit of damage as he jukes it out with the XP laner coming from the Rangers. Down comes another Fury of the Phoenix, but does not catch the opponents.
100%. And I mean, this is going to be a huge first Lord. It's probably going to take all the second tier towers. I mean, they really need to watch out for the Kaja. The carry as a kid hasn't been showing too much of a value yet, but I can only imagine if we could check some items at some point, we'd be seeing that carry.
Yeah, yeah, Carrie has been getting some of the shots. The problem is just the engage. When we come to normal, speaking of engage there, we do have another Phantom Steed comes out, does a scoop kill onto Arthur. Kill rushes the next one there. Pinkie Pie being the third member taken down. It's just Mini and Asuru here alone to try to defend some of these high grounds. The bottom lane, the only one with a tier 2 still left on the board, but it does look like they're going to try to scoop this up quickly. Ooh, actually, Safe Fox underneath the tower catches himself a little bit of a pop. Another Phantom Steed there. Demonic Force is out, followed up by Final slash there. That's going to scoop up a kill onto Mini, and now just high ground left for the side of Syndicate, fighting for their lives here against 4 members at the mid lane there. You can see Kiki Lulu takes a bit of damage. Sayfox just wide with that final slash though.
Not going to be able to get a take there at the end. I mean, right now, if they can shut down Kiki Lulu, like that could be a lot of gold in the pocket of Syndicate. So maybe if we could see the Kaja just get a great scoop at some point, it'd be massive. The spikes are definitely coming.
Oh, yeah. Phantom Steed followed up by the Fury of the Phoenix. That's just so much a CC, especially when they engage and you're trying to disengage. That Fury of the Phoenix absolutely stops it completely. It allows the Power Rangers to kind of just go ahead, catch up, and absolutely demolish the team. And then you're at a point here where you're about an 8K gold deficit. So the power, the damage is definitely on the side of the Power Rangers here as they're going ahead, clearing out jungle in preparations for this next Lord.
And you're just now seeing the Odette securing the 3-item set on the side of Syndicate. So, I mean, the Odette's kind of been the rough one, really squishy. Kiki Lulu has just been taking advantage of that. We're going to be going into maybe a possible hit.
Yeah, it does feel like unfortunate for Syndicate. They're at a point where there's not much they can do unless they are, unless you see an opening that is presented by Power Rangers here. You're about 8K. I think that's going to bring them up to about 9. Oh, yep. They're at about 500 minus 10K here right now. So, I mean, you're at a point where you're not winning an even fight. You're looking to find somebody, catch them out, maybe bait them underneath your turret while they're taking damage. But with no turret here at mid, it's a wide open gap from the side here. Isuru does catch a little bit of damage on there. Engagement waiting. Arthur right there at the front trying to tank up this Lord while the rest of Power Rangers kind of spread them a little far there, looking to try to take down the rest of these towers. But the combination of the Fury of the Phoenix dragging the Leomord underneath the core tower, but it's not going to be enough. The rest of his team looking to put this down. Kid in trouble, and that is going to be an auto attack onto the core, raising the first win here for Power Rangers.
She is. What a game.
Yeah, you can see. I was actually expecting to see some of those global marks on the Odette. I'm wondering where that kind of Odette pickup came from. You can see Kiki Lulu does have that global badge there for the Leomord. So, I mean, you could expect some great things coming from him there as well. 28% damage from Kid. Like I said, he wasn't getting a huge amount of kills, but just that suppressive fire from the back end there. And once these engagements happen, it does take a little bit for a carry to kind of catch up to the fights. He did a good job of making sure he was keeping at range, keeping just kind of bursting down those people that were first in the engagements there as well. So a great job here by the Power Rangers.
No, definitely. I mean, the team fights were crazy by Power Rangers. I mean, they utilized their full kit, and I mean, they capitalized on some of the squishier heroes on the side of Syndicate. So, I mean, wild to see, but it is what it is. I mean, I think the hardest pick that we've seen from Syndicate was the Odette. You know, like I don't think we'll see that going on, but we'll see. Looks like we're gonna take a really quick break. We'll be right back.
何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We
Valor
are
and
going to
loyalty
jump
in a
right
dead
into
body.
the second draft of this team. No room for breathers for either of these teams. They want to go ahead and just settle this right there in the middle of the zone. What we watched before, like we said, a couple of questionable picks coming out from the side of Syndicate. Power Rangers doing a great job. A very standard draft. I know we talk sometimes a little bit about being able to reach outside the box, but there is a reason and an argument to kind of come down to why the meta is where it is, and understanding that
The clouds are
the strengths of it
But this
before we
heart
start like kind of reaching
steadfast.
outside the box to some of these picks that might not be the standard that we're used to seeing. Things like the Kaja, things like the Odette. Kaja had a decent strike. He was able to kind of get a lot of those divine judgments, but Odette, we kind of read it from the beginning. You can get out that swan song and she does a decent amount of damage for the area that she casted in, but it kind of leaves you as a sitting duck, leaves you open for something like a Hilda, something like a Leomord, who can get just a huge amount of burst damage onto you.
100%. I mean, I wanted to say like the biggest thing that I see
Fight.
here is that Leo
Fight
got
for the
banned.
ultimate
They're
answer.
definitely targeting at this point. They said, "Whoa, let's not have this into the next round." Again, this is not a global ban as we've been used to seeing recently in the competitive industry. So they're just making sure they're not going to run right into that global 27. Liam Ward again, kind of snuck it out. Sora being banned out, definitely ideal. Eve ideal. It seemed like the side of Power Rangers, like
Welcome
they
to
really
Brock's
like
Castle,
aggressive,
tiny friend.
quick team aggression. I would say quick team aggression is what they like.
Yeah, the meta right now has really been favoring a lot of that early openers, the strong front lines, the ability to harass. When you're in the mid lane, clear, getting to those side lanes very quickly to the point that you absolutely overwhelm and snowball your opponent. That's why you got a lot of these great early game picks gone ahead and taken off there from the draft. The Sora, the Grok, Hilda, and Leo. Great first round of pickups there that are taken off the board, and still waiting for that last ban to come through for the side of Syndicate. They are going to, so they're going to go ahead and just all of their bans entirely focused on the last composition presented by the Rangers.
The stars conspire to
Pulling that
bring you
Yujin
to
in the
me.
very first pick here. Again,
See value
I
in
think
me?
a powerful mage.
You should.
From the side of Power Rangers. Again, just absolute
I am the
control.
power of light
Pick
incarnate.
Kaja once again. And not only that, the Fredrin. Like, we're just seeing this. Are they just running it back, Private?
I feel like they the thinking, at least the logic I would say, is that they liked the composition that they had, but I think they underestimated the counter pickups there. And they think that with Leo, with the Hilda, with the carry taken off the board, they maybe might have a little bit more success with the composition now that some of those three main problems are taken off of the board for them. Here, though, I mean, it's going to be very interesting because you've got a lot of I want to say anti-engage from the side of Zushin, who can just put so much oppressive power when it comes to that mid lane, when it comes to that front line, all the CC that you can put there, pulling you backwards as well. Here, looks like we're kind of dancing over whether this Yusun Shin is going to be in the gold lane or a jungler. Oh, I think that answers that question.
Your team
I
is
mean,
banning.
yeah. I don't know about the YSS. I don't think they're gonna throw him in the jungle. I've seen him excel in both, so I think it's a really good flex pick if they do want to decide to throw it in any different direction. So we'll see from the side of Power Rangers, but the side of Syndicate, the Harith pickup, big. I mean, a lot of damage. their team combat or their focus is going to be a little bit, I would say, too magical, but we'll see.
Yeah, there is a lot of magic on the side. I do like the mobility of a Harith. There just is a decent amount of CC potential coming out from the side of Power Rangers here, and we're going to be looking at what's going to get locked down here as well. You see Gatakacha taken down. They're going to takes out that big amount of taunting ability that could latch onto the Harith. Still, I want to say early game, not the greatest for the side of Syndicate. I think this was a big problem for them in the last draft as well. They had a lot of picks that required a lot of items, a lot of time to get there. And unfortunately, if you don't lay the path in the early game, it's just going to present a lot of problems and a lot of hurdles for you as you try to transition to that mid game, as you try to transition to that late game, while the enemy is already pushing into your towers, while they're already able to push and mount an attack onto you as well.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen the Gotha come out and go crazy. I can see why that's being banned out now. I mean, getting rid of the Yuzong is definitely also a good attack at this point, because you don't want that
Sand rises when I give the
Your
word.
team
the
is
back line or
banning.
be able to set, because we're seeing very frontal heavy from the side of Power Rangers at this point. They're gonna have to have maybe some type of back line. They're probably gonna go for, I don't know, a solid mage. Who do you think they're gonna pick for the mage right now?
Payback.
On the side of Power Rangers, they do have the Zushin out there already. So I guess they're going to be settling on that. My big thing is when it comes to engagements, how are we going to be able to engage? Linux is going to be an interesting one. I feel like and this, yes, Freya and Kalia, I think we're dancing on right now. Whether we're going to go ahead and pick that up, it is a very strong pickup for either of these guys here right now. Linux, it has a lot of engage, I want to say. When the enemy wants to try to jump on you, you're going to just be able to use that brilliance to be able to get yourself out of harm's way. And I feel like Linux is kind of wasted on some of these squishier combos, because she does really well against tankier heroes, because her darkening ultimate does have percentage health damage that it does, so she's able to kind of chunk a lot of those tankier heroes down. When it comes to here, what I see on the side of Rangers is mobility, an ability to kind of get in and be able to get out as well. And that's going to be a lot of trouble for Linux, especially if they are able to bait her into a fight where she tries to use her darkening, dashes forward, and does not have an escape there. And she's not going to be able to get the kill. They're going to be able to kite and jump on her once those ultimates wear off.
Yeah, and I think, Syndicate's putting all of their eggs in one magical basket at this point, right? They got the Lunox, the Harith, and then the Kaja. Are they going to be able to, even have aggression or even be able to burst any of them down? I mean, I guess the side effect is
This
that
land
Power
is our
Rangers
homeland,
probably gonna
and
have
it
to
will
go for
soon be your
magical
burial
defense early
ground.
on, and maybe it might slow them down on their aggression. But I feel like that'd be the things that we'll have to look for in this match.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I want to say because it allows their team to go ahead and pick up a lot of that magic, those magic items. You don't even need to get a lot of offense when you're playing a Fredrin. He can go completely tank and he still dishes out a huge amount of physical damage there. Lapu Lapu, I wouldn't say he's on the record books for the amount of damage he can output, but he still bursts, especially in the early game when he can jump onto the team with that bravest fighter stance. So then he can close the distance on him. So we're going to see how well this engagement does. I feel like we're going to see a lot of kind of grouping up by the side of Syndicate, while Power Rangers are going to be able to kind of get in and out. They're going to be able to dance a little bit more when it comes to a lot of these objective fights, and then eventually come right in with a lot of burst damage that they're going to have.
Reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Definitely. I mean, and 444 having this show, right? I mean, that's definitely going to have to be a very critical pick. It's going to have to, position well. And not only that, their whole team is like something that you're gonna have to just position well. Jesus.
Yeah. Already doing about 50% damage, and now they're gonna go ahead and pull back. Pinkie Pie in trouble here. Suru right there in their face to go ahead and try to offset some of that damage, and so very close was Pinkie Pie to getting taken out there. And this is the oppressive power that we were talking about, having a Zushin on your team, and if you don't have the range, it's gonna be a problem there. 444 getting that information for his team, letting them know where the enemy jungler is there. Kiki Lulu takes a little bit of damage from Mini on his disengage through the L bush of the mid lane.
I will say the duo mid synergy right now is definitely leading like into Power Rangers' hands. Like, you know, 444 alongside Who Is Yuki is just, I mean, they just got connections. Early game aggression, insane, you know, and then, you know, Pinkie Pie is gonna have to watch out for that show because, like, look at the oppression that they're already putting on.
Ooh, yeah, 444 might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Suru right there trying to go ahead and press the advantage, but Who's Yuki? He's trying to chase him around there. 444 almost got caught there, but as I was saying, Who's Yuki just doing such a great, oh, actually, as I say that, goes into the L bush, is going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. That is going to hopefully set up this next turtle. They do find a kill on their own. Say Fox in trouble, gets taken out in reply. So 1-1 apiece for both of these teams as the Syndicate go ahead and start on this turtle. Here comes Seiyuki with the Power Ranger. Who's Yuki with the Power Rangers? With 444, Arthur is able to go ahead and scoop up the turtle, but now a fight has begun on the backside. Pinkie Pie able to take down 444 on that show, expanding the lead by 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a whole different Pinkie Pie at this point, right? Like, this is not the same as an Odette. The aggression, the power that Pinkie Pie is showing into the early stages with Lunox is amazing. And again, this is what I was saying. Power Rangers picked heroes that are very specific, very reliant on position. And we're going to have to see how that brings the tail. I mean, 444 is going to have to be well positioning. She's running around now. Kaja's catching him out.
Ooh, yeah, Suru taking a heap of damage down to 25% there. And I feel like the big damage actually comes. Oh, they do get pulled. Divine Judgment there on the Kiki Lulu. He's going to use his dash with the Zaman Force combined. Kelrush able to pour on the damage there. Speaking of which, Pinkie Pie in a little bit of trouble here. 444 in that L bush looking for an opportunity, not able to find it. Arthur right behind the pack and to go ahead, pick up that Little Wanderer, going for the engagement now. Demonic Force is out and on fire. Arthur able to find himself a kill, but gets taken out in reply on the back end. 2 for 1 in favor of the Power Rangers, sitting just a kill behind the lead. Ooh, speaking of which, Kid in trouble, gets caught by the Zaman Force and taken down. Kelrush in a great position to catch him off guard.
I was going to say that was a really good rotation down by Kid, and then, you know, a good turnaround for Power Rangers, but then Kid getting taken out on the rotate back up by the Harith is just showing you how well, you know, a Harith can play into this comp. So insane. Right now, games, but looking stronger.
Yeah, Kiki Lulu unfortunately finds a heap of damage in that bush. Mini coming on from the side, Brave Spider out there, misses the stun, comes in with a flicker of his own Demonic Force, slamming down, looking for the kill, but it does look like Mini is going to be able to take down Sayfox on that Phobius. Now, Suru coming in, looking for an advantage. Ooh, gets caught up there, stun, and the way of the Dragon Kick. That's going to be a wrap for the Cho player, for the Suru, who is down for the count right now. Big pickup there by the Cho player too as well. Arthur and Mini in trouble. Arthur gets pulled back. He does have enough for his ultimate, looking for an angle, but is not able to find it. Mini gonna have to disengage from this fight.
actually super surprised that they disengaged here, you know. Like, I guess the really biggest impact that we've seen is that, you know, Syndicate has all of their ultimates, so they're a little bit on the aggression side here. Probably gonna be able to zone out and take this tower from Kid, but there's a lot of zonage happening here by Syndicate this time around. Compared to Power Rangers, just hasn't found the grasp that they want to back.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you can see a big pop up there, but the slider comes out, stun does land on to say Fox, who gets taken down. Zaman Force on the ground, trying to find those dashes. Who's Yuki? Next on the chopping block. Gets taken down there. 444 has to find the safety of his tier 2 tower. Now, Syndicate expanding their lead to 9-4 against Power Rangers. A much different game than we saw from the first one, where they didn't really have that early game set up for them. Here, they're able to kind of offset the early game, get to the mid, and they are dominating there, especially when it comes to grouping up for these fights. Leaving the lane, big taunt there, finds 444, and down he goes. Power Rangers yet to kind of find the momentum here, or the angle coming in. Demonic Force does land onto Pinkie, but big flicker there comes out into the bushes. And this is what we were talking about, Pinkie Pie, the value you get with that brilliance, able to kind of find themselves out, but gets caught by 3 members there. Now, in reply, Syndicate able to find a kill of their own, 1-1 right now. Mini Kelrush and Isuru gonna go ahead and engage here on the 3 members. Kiki Lulu gets taken out from the side. 444 looking for an angle, just does not find the confidence he wants to be able to jump in there just yet.
The team has slain the turtle.
You know, I'm trying to see what are they gaining. You know, like, there's so much fighting and areas that aren't like major objectives. You know, they were able to. Red team was able to secure the turtle, which is again increasing the gap of their gold lead. But a lot of the fighting is kind of just, you know, one-off jumps. Sometimes turning into bigger. Good zonage on being able to secure their towers, but now, what is their objective? Leave the lane, push mid.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head when it comes to like some of these high kill games. When it gets up higher up in the echelon, when teams are going for these engagements, it's not to get a kill. Ultimately, on their list, it's always about an objective. It's always about, ooh, they are going to go ahead, try to corner up Kid, who's going to go find himself a dash, but gets caught on the back end. Oh, big pickup there, coming in from the Zushin. Kid able to find himself an angle, but gets taken out ultimately. Zaman Force has been laid down. 444 down for the count. 2 down for the side of Power Rangers, and that's unfortunate. But what we talk about, like, it's sometimes when you get these kills, it's very important to make sure that the kill isn't like the last thing on your list. It should be leading to an objective, should be leading to a turtle, should be leading to a tower, and that's why you kind of had a lot of these big fights there. Kiki Lulu gets caught there, stopped, and absolutely demolished there. Kill picked up there by Pinkie Pie.
Most definitely. I mean, they seen him take that tower in the very bottom. Again, they had a very heavy presence in the top lane that allowed them to, you know, super rotate to mid, secure that mid tower, and then go all the way to the bottom. Kid almost got 1v1 here.
Yeah, and then he's going to go ahead and dive into this fight. Uses his flicker to get out. Actually, Mini in a little bit of trouble. Gets pulled back. He's going to have to use his flicker to get out of harm's way. Isuru on the back end. Big stun looking up for Mini. Has that Braver Spider stance activated. Kid finds the kill, but reinforcements have arrived for the side of Syndicate as they go ahead and finally burst down Kid. 7-17 as we are crawling our way toward that 10-minute mark. 9:15 on the clock.
My question was just like, why was Safe Fox and Kiki Lulu at the bottom while the whole team was just like falling apart up there? I felt like maybe if Power Rangers maybe needed the team fight to come down, it could have been a little bit different. But we got a 4-man versus 3-man Lord tank here.
Yeah, Safe Fox gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Isuru right there looking for a good job at zoning out the enemy team there. 444 gonna have to disengage from this buff, and great job so far. I want to say Syndicate actually coming to life here. I want to say that first draft not as optimal as we would have hoped for it, but the second draft here, they're just doing such a great job of executing, putting on that aggression as well.
Kid is just constantly good. Ilulu.
Yeah, they're gonna go add 2v2. Oh, but Kid underneath the tower eats a face full of Appraiser's Wrath coming from Arthur on that pick as well. Calrush in trouble coming in for the mid lane. Lord right behind them, looking to make a break into these high ground towers. Kiki Lulu's gonna have to dash his way to safety. Ooh, nice little AoE there from the tower. Is gonna be able to clear out that lane, but mid lane is getting stomped on right now as the whole of Syndicate gonna burst right through the gates and try to take what they can. And now looking for a little bit of an angle. Arthur in trouble. Big CC gonna be underneath the tower. Pinkie Pie finds a kill onto Kiki Lulu on the side. Arthur in trouble. 444 cannot find the angle. Got so thirsty, wanted to take down Arthur, but was not able to reach him on that Joe. Now Brilliance coming out from Pinkie Pie there, but look at the damage. Auto attacks on the core. This might actually be able to tie things up for Syndicate, and we are tied at 1-1 apiece.
Victory!
Absolutely wild game there. I did not suspect to see such a crazy game out of Syndicate with some of the picks that they were coming with. But my God, did they show a different game here. Arthur kind of came online. Pinkie Pie came online. Kelra, I mean, their whole team was just very synergized at that point. I think they got some solid picks. I don't know if maybe that was just a drafting issue in the very first game, but they just knocked the socks out of Power Rangers there.
Yeah, I want to say there was a lot of aspects that they were successful here in whether it came to holding the Lord in the gold lane. Kelrush did a great job of offsetting Kid, able to rotate very fastly for a lot of these objectives as well. And I mean, there just was not a lot that Power Rangers could do. I mean, I want to say those early 30 seconds though, it did look like there was a decent advantage for the side of Power Rangers, but that quickly deteriorated once we got into a solid team fight at the objective there as well. And I feel like this kind of pick the Yusen Shin. I mean, like I said, I've talked about it before. I hear about how great it is in the gold lane. I just have yet to be able to see it myself. And for obvious reasons here, Kelrush able to kind of offset that push and then be that support he needed to be for his team to rain down damage with the Zaman Force.
Definitely wild. Looks like we might be going into another short break before we run into this next draft. See you guys soon.
Shinobi にとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。 どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。
愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。 どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。 どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
Oh snap.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump right into the draft. This is going to be a draft for game 3 of the Golden Hour Cup. Both teams right now tied up at 1-1 apiece, looking to inch their way forward. We just saw that Syndicate was able to kind of reply in kind. We saw a little bit of a shaky draft from them on game 1, but game 2 able to kind of pull it together and had a very dominant phase with that game.
100%. And I was kind of, again, it was kind of like a little bias on my part. First time I was like, dang, Syndicate's showing some weakness. I'm like, what's up with this draft? This is unorthodox. and then they just, second game came around with something even different. Wasn't crazy different than what I normally see, but they definitely pulled through and changed my ideal about the match. Now I'm about a 50-50. You never know who it's going to be. Picking up the Eve on the side of Syndicate is huge, from my opinion, though.
Yeah, you're going to be able to have that real world manipulation to be able to kind of box them in. But I want to say, in reply to that last game, you have some bans coming out from the side of Power Rangers in the form of that Kaja gets taken out. Fredrin as well, the Zushin as well. Zushin was actually used by Power Rangers in the last one. They just don't want it to be handed over. Here, this is going to allow them to kind of reply to this Eve with the carry and with the Sora. Sora has been just a huge namescape for the side of for a lot of teams here with the amount of CC and oppressive power that she has in a lot of these team fights.
No, 100%. Did the Hayabusa just get locked in? Okay, I like it. I mean, they're gonna be a little quick and ninja on the side of Syndicate. So I think the Sora pickup is huge, though. I think Sora, massive. I can't wait to see what that'll bring to the field, especially depending on if it goes into. I'm guessing it's going to be in EXP and not Rome.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you've got the Sora is going to be the XP. The Kalea is going to be picking up that roam position. I don't really think there's too much flexibility on those choices here. But on the opposite side there, Syndicate, they're going to go with the Harris. I felt like that did a huge job helping out Syndicate with their last game as well. The only problem I'm kind of waiting to see is how this early game develops. That's kind of, I want to say, one of the weaker spots for a Hayabusa. Sub level 4, he has a little bit of issues with those invades, and then you're really, like I've talked about this before, when it comes to having an assassin jungler, you really kind of leaning on your team to give you that those angles on the objectives to keep that vision up so that you can get in very quickly, get the retribution, and get out. You don't want to hang out as an assassin. You're kind of looking for opportunities to get to either that back line or get in and get that objective.
No, 100%. And I mean, we got our second ban phase coming out here. We got the Valentina getting taken out. Weird by the side of Power Rangers. I would have, I thought they might have needed a mage, so I'm not quite sure. They already see Eve was picked. Like, I don't. That was kind of threw me off.
Well, it is as unbelievable as it is. Valentina is pretty decent in the XP lane as a counter for Sora. It's not often, but it is. If you know how to play the Valentina in the XP lane, she is a strong counter because she's able to kite away from a lot of Sora's abilities and still rain on a lot of damage. Not just that, but you crawl up to that level 4 a lot faster than Sora, so you're able to dominate. It does have its uses, so I kind of understand why she was taken off of there. And you don't really have a lot that you could have done with Valentina on your side except for the real world manipulation.
Yeah, I mean, true. I felt like it might have been a little bit too much magical aspect into the game, but I mean, I've seen that doesn't even seem to make the tide sometimes. Like, teams can snowball really well early on, and if you can't even build up enough magical defense, it doesn't even matter at that point. So kind of looking at what they're going to go with here at the end. A Guinevere pickup is quite wild. From the side of Syndicate, we're seeing a more heavy aggressive comp on their side this time around. And Alice? Yo.
you were just talking about being a little heavy on the magic side, and we're looking at 4 magic damage dealers here on the side of Syndicate. I mean, last game they were pretty heavy. They had 3 magic damage dealers as well, and they were still able to dominate with it. Magic is usually one of those later things you buy, so maybe it keeps you on your toes as an opponent, because now you're definitely gonna have to change up your builds. You're not looking for that physical defense anymore. You're looking for the magic defense early, especially against a comp like this, which you're gonna have a heavy burst. The only problem is the early engage, I feel like, is a little bit lacking from the side of Syndicate. So we're gonna see if Power Rangers are gonna be able to take advantage of that.
Right. And I mean, this is kind of what we've seen last time, right? Arthur was able to kind of high scale and go crazy last game with the Fredrin. So maybe they're trying to do the same thing with the Hayabusa and not allow them to force them into the hands of the magic defense. If there's so much magic, you can't defend it all, right? So, I mean, maybe that's the rabbit that they're trying to pull out of the hat here. But we're going to be getting into game 3. It is 1-1 right now. So it is anybody's game. Syndicate or Power Rangers, both are showing a really, really good tenacity from my aspect here.
Yeah, and especially it's going to be very interesting in the early game. You've got Kiki Lulu on that Fanny. You don't really see Fanny very often. She's one of those that needs a huge skill cap to play to even be average at. I feel like the amount of effort you need to put into that is huge. Here you can already see the early game going over to Rangers. The combination of that Kalea, the combination of the Kadita on there. They're able to clear lane very quickly, hang around this Litho Wanderer as it spawns, looking to secure it and help out for Kiki Lulu.
Yeah, no, I mean, the early stage, I feel like everybody's going to be a little bit more grindy this time around. 444 still showing that really early aggressive.
Yeah,
One of your
you can see.
away.
Yeah, it's getting very low there. That is going to be the roam position on them. So that's going to be very interesting. You're not going to have a lot of that regen coming from them. You're strictly looking for engagement. Speaking of which, we do have a quad shadow that does land on the 444 on that Kalea. Is going to have to use that flicker to get herself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie gets scooped up by Kiki Lulu. Suru looking for an escape. Not going to be able to find it. Tries to get the fight in, but gets smashed down onto the ground. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of Power Rangers.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh, CC immune. Nice. That was a good go here. Kiki Lulu though.
Oh wow, Kiki Lulu really showing that expertise on the fanny pickup there. Gonna see that's probably gonna be a ban the next one there. And I've always talked about this. Those fanny pickups, you need to be great to be able to dish out a lot of the damage here. Speaking of which, Sayfox a little bit of trouble here, gets knocked out, popped up, gonna have to use that flicker, but the team dives in after them from the back end. Who's you? Finds a kill of their own, and that is going to bring this to a 4-1 lead for Power Rangers.
And they're gonna go after Pinkie Pie as well.
Yeah, big tsunami slam there. Pinkie Pie. Very unfortunate for Syndicate. They are just kind of, this claws out of their reach so quickly here. Now 444 diving in again, does a snatch up. Kelrush gonna try to dash his way away, does have that Zombie Force up there. 444 very low. Arthur with the scoop up there, but Kiki Lulu replies in kind, able to take down Kelrush. 2-6 right now as we move into this. You can see already Minnie coming in with that Alice pickup, regenning all of that health, looking for an angle to try to latch on to Kiki Lulu, looking for an escape as they cable the, oh, actually, now Minnie dives underneath the tower, might have gone just a little too deep, is able to find themselves an escape. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see Arthur going ahead, continuing on this turtle, 444, right there, looking for a way in. Arthur still finds a Kiki Lulu in trouble, finds himself on the bad end of a shadow kill there, now trying to get themselves away. Sayfox gets taken down. Down comes the real world manipulation. 444 in trouble, uses that flicker to get themselves back under the tower. Kid and Who's Yuki looking for an angle here to get in onto Minnie, who turns around on them. It has just been back and forth, balls to the wall here for Power Rangers and Syndicate.
Oh. Pinkie Pie catches a stray hook right there on the side. Dude, Private, the auctioneer going on right now. There's a constant back and forth between both Syndicate and Power Rangers. I mean, it's tough to say here, but I think one thing that we got to watch out for is Kiki Lulu. Oh. Minnie.
Yeah, Minnie sensed that coming from a mile away. Gonna go ahead and throw that teleport out there early. Had 3 members there, but I don't think they wanted any of that fight here. Things have kind of slowed down a bit. Finally, Kid sensing something amiss. He doesn't see anybody on the map, and he is worried. You can see now Isuru and Arthur looking for an angle to get in there. Kid in the middle there, does not catch the whole end of that quad shadow. Lucky for them, putting on the damage. In comes Kiki Lulu, looking for an angle, does not find it, has to go back underneath the tower. The damage is too much. The shadow kill able to take them down. Isuru underneath the tower dashes away. Is that going to be enough? Isuru actually got taken out there underneath the tower. 6-10 right now. Kelrush gonna have to dash away, gets slammed down courtesy of 444 on this pickup here. And Arthur from the back end looking for a shadow kill. Kelrush picks up the kill as Kid gonna go ahead and put some damage onto that tower. Looking like a top tower for the side of Power Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of aggression this time around. Blue still goes to him, but into the top lane, we did see Kid fall. What the heck?
Yeah, Who's Yuki finds themselves a kill, but answered in kind back to Arthur. They go ahead and they share themselves some kills there. 2 down for each team, 9-12 right now. Still a tie game. Minnie in the fray of 2 members. Oh, but they latch on to Pinkie Pie, looking for an escape. Minnie right there trying to disengage for her team member there. On the back end, Sayfox goes in with the flicker. A little greedy of a pick, gets picked off off by Isuru on the back end in enemy territory. Now, just this turtle left for both of these teams to contend with.
I mean,
Ooh. Yeah.
Able to get out of there with 1 HP. Crazy. I think
but
right now what we're seeing is that even though it's a high kill game from both sides, the gold is low.
What a great pickup there to go ahead and latch on to the Hayabusa, get that stun on so they weren't able to get the retribution. That allowed Kiki Lulu to get in there, grab the retribution, and fly away back to their purple buff so that they can go ahead and scoop that up and keep that energy high, which is what you want as a Fanny.
No, exactly. And kind of what I was trying to say a little bit earlier is that we've seen such a high kill game, but there's just the gold difference isn't there. So, I mean, we're seeing kills, but objectives, you know, like gold crabs and lithals and, you know, securing towers just isn't happening right now. Power Rangers does have 1 tower, possibly going to be 2 up in the top lane here, but a fight.
Yeah, big real world manipulation followed up by the dive in from the Alistair. Finds themselves 2 kills on the side of Power Rangers, who might be in a little bit of trouble there. You can see who's Yuki able to use that escape on the Kadita, but oh, Arthur comes in there, finds himself Kid, shadow kill, latches on, some damage. Is it going to be enough? A great pop-up by who's Yuki, able to disengage for his teammate. Safe Ox underneath against 3 members underneath this tower is going to have to disengage. Even as strong as Asura is not going to be able to compete with 4 members of a syndicate to try to protect that tower. Pinkie Pie out a little bit too far, finds a little bit of a pop-up. Isuru misses the jump, so they miss that opportunity and are going to have to back up a little bit.
100%. I mean, we're seeing that here, and I love... Oh my God, Kiki.
There was a Hayabusa at the bottom lane, and a snap goes out, and dusted was Arthur down there. Didn't even expect it immediately as Kiki Lulu comes in there, gets taken out, leaving Minnie alone here to go ahead and clear up that lane. Now, Power Rangers looking to put some pressure onto that mid lane, wanting to go ahead and expand and open up this jungle a little bit. They're going to go ahead and rotate down, looking for this first Lord. Minnie in a good position here to kind of offset there. Big damage coming out there. They do miss that that tsunami slam. Not able to. Minnie on the back line. You can see Kadena on the back finds a kill onto Arthur. Is it going to be enough? Kid able to spray out the damage with that speedy light wheel, the speed buff that you get with that carry pickup, and Pinkie Pie finds a kill onto Say Fox. But I believe that Lord went over to the Power Rangers.
Yeah, they were able to secure the Lord. Not only that, they secured quite a bit of kills there too. And oh my God!
Oh my
What is
God,
going
yeah,
on
that is...
every time?
For Pinkie Pie is just having a huge problem when it comes to kind of putting themselves out into harm's way without any type of protection there, and especially against something like Kiki Lulu on this Fanny, you just don't want to be caught out. As we take a look here at the items, 6,000 gold there for the Harris. It does look like Harry. They're about even when it comes to those gold lanes right now. So both of them should be doing a lot of power. We just got a little glimpse of that in that last engagement as Kid is going to be raining out damage onto Minnie here. Ooh, actually gets bursted down to 50% on the back end there. Big tsunami slam does land onto there. Isu, we're going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Minnie in the middle of this pack, it's bursted down. 444 finds the kill from the back end. Kiki Lulu looking for another kill if they can find that cutthroat, but don't actually get slowed down and take a heap of tower damage there. Tsunami slam lands onto Isuru. Pinkie Pies trying to take down these minions as 3 more members of Power Rangers pushing onto this bottom tower. Quad Shadows is out. Arthur comes out from the side looking for Kid, but he cannot find it. 444 gets popped up, raining down the damage onto him. Shadow kill is out, looking for the kill onto Kid. He finds it, and Arthur is out like a thief in the night. Speaking of which, Say Fox down for the count.
This is definitely a back and forth game here. Kiki Lemon, Lulu trying to come in to get something here, getting knocked up and controlled. Alice on the hunt. Again, it's just wild what we're seeing here. It's definitely a tough time for both sides. and they're just going crazy. We can kind of take a look at one of the replays here. It was just a massive team fight. 444 trying to get some sets, just wasn't able to. Gets knocked up quite a bit. The Shadows are just nailing down. Kid able to secure quite the double kill. I think the Hayabusa is finally coming online and showing out. As you can see here, that they're not physically defended in some of their items. And again, I think this is kind of what Syndicate wanted. They wanted the Hayabusa to shine.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get today, boy. I was talking about this before. The early game, not exactly a shining point for a Hayabusa pickup there. I mean, he can come in, he can kind of be really sneaky when it comes to a lot of these objectives, but he really starts to shine in that mid and late game. And there you can see why, with Quad Shadows able to get out around, maneuver around this fight to find some great kills onto the targets he wants. The big thing though is that you really want to kind of latch on when you come in with a Hayabusa. You want that Quad Shadow, you want that end of that Quad Shadow to land onto your target, so no matter how, oh my god, kid absolutely blew up Mini on that Alice. Just checked that bush as a tank and got demolished. But as I was saying, the Quad Shadow on a Hayabusa, you want that to latch on to the squishiest member, so that no matter how much they dash, how much they flicker, they're still going to have problems trying to get away from you. Here, Power Rangers looking for an opportunity. Big pop-up lands up there from the Isuru. Kid in trouble. Squad Shadow. This Shadow kill is out there trying to do the damage there. Kadena from the back end does go ahead and use that ultimate. Isuru picks up the kill there. Kiki Lulu picks up the objective, has the Lord there, and Pinkie Pie is down for the count. Isuru looking for an angle to get in, does find the pop-up there. Mini on the big end there, looking. Quad Shadows is out. You can see if they can find it. Arthur back on the back end there, trying to put some damage onto 444. You can see the auto attacks. As the side, they do find them. Another Quad Shadow latching on. Sayfox in trouble, does dash their way to safety. Kiki Lulu looking for the advantage here. Isuru in trouble, zigging, zagging, cannot find an escape.
That was definitely an elongated fight, and we're seeing Power Rangers on a little bit of the lead here. They're securing some towers. They're diving and dashing quite well. Guinevere I thought was going to make it out of there with some of the sustainability, but wasn't able. Kiki Lulu looking to get a kill onto Arthur though. Yet.
We were talking before about a lot of these engagements kind of it's a very wild fight. A lot of these engagements, they're just kind of looking for opportunities to find somebody and get them caught out there. Not really, I want to say the focus doesn't really seem to be on the objectives. It's more to just try to be this oppressive force that can continually get these kills, continually get these team fights. Because like when we say look at the kills, 22 to 22, and we've still got I want to say 9 towers up on on the board, when usually teams their kills they're looking to kind of force the objectives, transition that into something that's worthwhile. The problem here is that even when you get the kills, all of these kills that you're able to do, it's not really pushing back the enemy. It's still anybody's game right now. 444 checks the wrong bush in between 4 members of Syndicate, but in comes Kiki Lulu. Oh, she decides against that. She saw 4 of them. She's like, oh, this is not the bathroom. Excuse me, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and find myself an escape. So she is able to get out of there. 1 kill for both teams.
Definitely. That was definitely a funny quote there. Say Fox in a little bit of an unprecedented condition, able to get out pretty well. I feel like Power Rangers has a little bit of the map on advantage right here. They got good control. The Kadena is one of those heroes that are able to sneak up on you and get a kill on a squishy hero if just need be. Syndicate trying to fill out the map so they can take and get some breathing room under this next Lord. I mean, I think the biggest thing here is watching out for Arthur. If Hayabusa can really get in there and sneak a kill,
Ooh, speaking of sneaking a kill, yeah, Yuki gets annihilated in that bush. The problem is right now, the Kid, they're trying to get back to Kid. They're trying to get that pop up. You still have a Purify. Speaking of which, we do have the real world manipulation is out. They're going to be able to find Pinkie Pie. Kid actually, and a little bit of a target here, does show themselves. Kid on the back end here, trying to keep that distance. Mini tries to come in with the flicker, but Kid doing a great job keeping that distance, keeping the zoning out there. In comes Kiki Lulu taking a heap of damage with all of those cables, and no worse for wear. Both teams kind of at an even kill here. 444 at the back bush there, looking for an angle to get in there. Kid tries to rain on some damage, keeping out that distance. Big pop up. 444 with the immortality finds themselves on the back end of another jump, but Kiki Lulu able to find the kill. Arthur is down. Minnie is down. That is 4 down for the side of Syndicate. Power Rangers looking for the team wipe, and it is just Pinkie Pie alone in this world, looking to defend against 2 lanes crashing into the high ground towers. 5 members of Power Rangers. Out comes the real world manipulation, tries to get back underneath the tower, underneath the core, and Pinkie Pie alone here gets caught in a tsunami slam, and that is going to be game 3 going to the Power Rangers.
Definitely a crazy ending right there. I mean, that Lord fight was make it or break it. So I mean, crazy to see that happen for the side of Power Rangers, able to secure that win there. I mean, Syndicate was trying; they were going hard. I mean, the whole time it was just a back and forth battle from both sides, but ultimately, I mean, Kiki Lulu was just going insane with the Fanny at that point, right, Private?
Yeah, it's just, man, you had such strong picks on the side of Syndicates to try to offset it. The problem is once you get to that mid and late game, Minnie was going to have problems with Kid, and Kid was doing a great job. You saw how hungry they were, Syndicate, trying to dive to get the Kid, who was constantly doing a great job of keeping that distance, staying at that max distance, so that they could offset a lot of this dive potential. Suru was trying to get back there. Minnie was trying to get back there. And the problem with Minnie is you've got that little bit of hesitation. Once you get into the back line, if you did not get the stun onto them, you're going to have Kid just raining down damage onto you. Once Minnie goes down, it's going to be all on the side of Power Rangers there. You see 24-29, a huge high kill game for both of these teams. But at the end of the day, Power Rangers able to really kind of enforce that camaraderie and push themselves to that last victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was time. And Power Rangers just showed the great tenacity as they did in the very first game. So, but without further ado, let's go to another short break into our next series.
こまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Golden Hour Cup here. The grand finals here, possibly last game for the side of Syndicate. Power Rangers have been continuing their dominant ways here. It is 2-1 right now of this best of 5. Right now, Syndicate looking for a way to stick into this series.
Yeah, I mean, huge match point now, so Power Rangers definitely want to stick it to Syndicate at this point. Syndicate a little bit on the back foot, but I wouldn't count them out just yet, just because like they really are showing great grit in the battles, you know, like. But I think what they need to do is take a little bit of a step back, kind of understand objectives. This ain't all about killing at the end of the day. This is a MOBA. This is all about securing major objectives, and you know, pushing when you need to push, fight when you need to fight. Don't just carelessly go out there and fight. So I feel like if Syndicate can do that, they'll capitalize on it. If not, they'll just both keep fighting like crazy, and one of them will win.
Yeah, I want to say the last few games have been basically two boxers just standing in the middle of the ring and just throwing as many punches as they can. No head movement, no dodging or trying to get out of the way, just seeing which one falls first. And like the point you brought up there, a lot of kills are happening on there, but when it comes to really establishing your team, really kind of separating yourselves from the other ones, you want to make sure that objectives are at the forefront of your mind when when a lot of these fights are happening. Fortunately, it feels like both teams are just kind of comfortable to just be swinging. I know, you know, sometimes a lot of people like to watch Shawshank Redemption. You want to get that meat and potatoes. You want to get that backstory. Sometimes you just want to watch a Rambo movie. Sometimes you just want to see some explosions and some fighting. And that's exactly what we're getting here tonight with these teams in the Golden Hour Cup. Both teams just satisfied when it comes to just going in with fights, catching people out wild to get those kill numbers padded up, and to see who, when the smoke clears and all the punches are done and people are done panting, to see who is left on the enemy team still standing.
You know, like what you were just saying there, if I was standing up, I would have slapped my knee. You know what I'm saying? That was a knee slapper. That was a knee slapper. But kind of looking at some of these first picks we're coming into, I mean, this is huge, right? You know, Pinkie Pie went really crazy with the Yuzhin and the last match. I wonder if they can definitely pull that through again on the second one. 444 picking up the Hilda. I've seen, you know, before I thought Hildas weren't like crazy. I mean, I felt like they were more of a liability than you know, an asset at this point, but they definitely can bring and change the tide that I've seen. So I think the Hilda's a good pick.
Yeah, especially when your team is ahead, if you guys can kind of balance that out. I like seeing Hilda matched up with other pickups in the early game. Don't just leave it on the Hilda, because that kind of only gives you about a 50% of if she's going to be useful, because if you start falling behind, Hilda is one of those that does great when they're ahead, and she can help you maintain that lead. If you're behind, though, she starts losing her value very quickly, because she's a single target. When it comes to team fights, if you're behind and the enemy's starting to group together, there's not much that you can do to try to really get into that fight. You can't clear lanes, because I want to say she has some of the most abysmal lane clearing presence in some of those side lanes. So she is a one job that she likes to do in the early game, and she needs a little bit of help with it. But if you can establish that, if you can get that early early game with her, she's going to be a huge asset for your team.
Yeah, and I mean that's all it is to her, you know. If she can get to that aspect, I agree. I think she could definitely be an asset. And kind of looking at some of the other heroes that we're seeing here, we're going into the second banning phase. But I mean, the Yu Zhong is a little wild. I like to see it out here. Kiki Lulu's gonna maybe try to show Syndicate how to utilize a Hayabusa. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Syndicate pulled off the Hayabusa pretty well, but I'm just trying to think of it from their perspective, you know.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious to see what we're going to line that up with. You have the Hayabusa. You've taken off the only threat in the early game with that Hilda taken off there. Sora is actually still, well, close my mouth there. Sora's taken off the board. Zushin has a great anti-engage potential to where a team can't just run at you, because she just has a great range with her abilities and her lantern flare and everything that she can do to really offset that. The only problem I have is that a Hayabusa, Kiki Lulu, can get in close, get those daggers onto you, and then get a shadow kill onto you within the time it takes for a Zushin to be able to kind of get enough of those stacks on you to where her CC actually pulls you. So it's going to be very tricky if she's not very careful. And what we've seen from Pinkie Pie might have a little bit of a problem with their positioning as it comes with the mage. They're just really one of those in-your-face mages, constant pressure, constant no fear. But I want to say in a lot of these games, sometimes pays for that with getting a lot of deaths added up for Syndicate.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, kind of looking at maybe what Arthur wants to pick up around this time. Their last picking, they banned his Fredrin, picked up the Hylos. I mean, they could be just relying on Kel Rush at this point. There's just like insane like dive ability by the side of Syndicate at this point. And then the Hylos is wild. What's your take? You want to say something?
Hylos, they were leading on that Joy, and I was actually kind of curious. I'm like, because I don't really see a counter for the Joy.
Yeah.
Usually you want like a Gadakacha or something. Okay, we're gonna throw a Nolan in there. Why not? Hylos, I like the idea of a Hylos, because I like the idea of, like, I've always said, a lot of teams sometimes they forget about the early game. They focus so hard on that mid and late game that they forget that there needs to be a pathway so that you're not getting absolutely the floor mopped with you by the mid and late game. Here, Hylos has a great potential. As soon as he gets that level 4, he's able to lay down that glorious pathway, able to separate or cut off teams, and able to really be this tanky nuisance that you need on your team. We're going to find out if it's going to give the value that it needs for Syndicate, who are on their back foot. Like we said, game point here for the Power Rangers.
Yeah. And I'm kind of just understanding, like, is this Claude? The Claude's going to really the Claude and the Hayabusa are going to have to be the killers. I mean, Zetian definitely can be a killer as well. A lot of CC and control. Alice and Hilda are going to be an absolute annoyance. So we'll just have to see what, you know, Power Rangers wants to bring to the playing field against Syndicates. I mean, let's see if Pinkie Pie can pull out the illusion really well. We're going to be going into maybe the last game.
Yeah, possibly. We are at game 4, ladies and gentlemen. For me, I feel like the big thing that Syndicate needs to watch out for is going to be the Zeshian and Claude combo. As soon as Claude comes into the back line with a blazing duet, you've got a choice to make as a team. Like, do you want to attack him? Do you want to try to disengage? But as soon as that happens, the proper team is going to use Zeshian's ultimate, Fury of the Phoenix, to go ahead and stun the team. Meanwhile, you're taking this entire blazing duet. Speaking of which, Kiki Lulu immediately comes in with the quad shadow. Doesn't even have the ultimate yet. Level 3 or level 2, I believe here. Finds a kill. Pinkie Pie down again. That's going to be 2 unanswered deaths on the side of Syndicate. Power Rangers starting off with a bang.
I mean, that goes to show the Hayabusa, a masterclass hero, plus the Hilda, the aggression. Again, once again, from Power Rangers, Kel Rush, Kid, a little bit of the aggression. Not able to really do too much with it.
Kid went up. He saw 444 right there, but I don't think 444 had their burst speed yet because he kind of walked up, sauntered up, dare I say, to that lane, and they weren't able to catch him. Unfortunate. That's just a little bit of a cooldown problem that you get from there. Kel Rush gonna go ahead and dive in here, trying to put that pressure. Actually, Kid in a little bit of trouble here. Arthur on the back end comes in. Oh, he's not able to find it. A great BMI coming out from Kid, who's able to kind of get himself back into this tower and take down those gold minions. Great read there coming from the Power Ranger gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, he was just barely able to make it out of there. Oh no, 444 bites the dust. That Wendy's meal's not gonna survive today.
Yeah, that is
coming out.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Mini. Oh, you see that Fury of Phoenix Mini actually taken down very, very low. Kid finds a kill onto his lane there. Kel Rush gets taken down. It is a 3-1 in favor of the Power Rangers right now. You can see the gold lead starting to expand for them as 444 takes some damage. Isuru there on that Hylos. We are at the first turtle here. Big control here mounting for the Power Rangers who haven't really come in there. Now looking for a little bit of an engagement here. Kiki Lulu does find the turtle there. 444 finds a kill of their own. Isuru in trouble on the back end, gets taken out, and down goes 444. Replied in kind. Kiki Lulu also gets taken down. It is a 2v2. Sayfox in a little bit of trouble. Tries to latch onto Pinkie Pies there, who does a great job of disengaging, and down goes the Alice. Sayfox now bringing this to a 5-4 game. Who's Yuki? Oh, able to find the kill onto Pinkie Pie.
Was that just the burst ability about Zedian right there? Like, that was insane. I did not suspect Pinkie Pie to just like immediately fall. Kind of taking a look at some of the items here. I mean, nobody's like too big of a build of what I would suspect to do that much burst damage. Sorry.
Yeah, as we're gonna go. Yeah, they do come in for another engagement here, but quickly readjusting on the map. Kid on the back. Arthur comes in. Oh, they just miss again. The BMI followed up by the Fury of the Phoenix stun there, doing a great job. But Pinkie Pie doing also a decent job of trying to help the team disengage there. This combination, the teams are doing such a great job of really offsetting a lot of these ganks coming in from the Syndicate. 444 takes a little bit of a lift there, but like every single time that Arthur comes in, lines up Kid's able to get away with the BMI, and who's Yuki is right there with the Fury of the Phoenix stun to absolutely allow this escape, and Syndicate have wasted so many abilities and still not able to find that gank. Great job there by the Power Rangers. Speaking of which, Pinkie Pie gets lit up by 444. There is nothing that Syndicate can do. They're trying to come to the bottom. They want to try to find it here as the Black Dragon comes out. Alice dodges that fracture coming out from the Nolan, so they are able to get away. Man, let me tell you, Nolan is having a huge problem. Arthur being able to find these ganks, maybe telegraphing his abilities a little too fast. They see him as he dives in there. Too many people understand what Nolan can do and are able to get out of the way. Another stun comes out there. 444 able to strike down onto Mini, but surrounded by 4 members. 444 able to find and escape, and on the back end, Kiki Lulu finds a kill onto Pinkie.
And Zedian doesn't have their ult though.
It doesn't need the ults. Absolutely able to dish out the damage here, especially Zeshian in the early game. And now that they have the ball rolling, this is a snowball game for Power Rangers. Syndicate not even able to catch their breath yet.
Oh, definitely a snowball game. Just fights left and right. But I mean, the fights are turning into a lot of things. Kiki Lulu does fall while Sayfox is trying to put something down on Mini. There's just people are just fighting in every location possible Right now, Syndicate really needs to get a grasp on how they can maybe possibly turn these tides around. I mean, they can't really catch or do anything with 444, but at the bottom lane, Yuki falls.
Yeah, Huzuki does take an L for that little defense there. You were talking a little bit about this, Hilda. I mean, when you're in the lead, which they are, they're not even able to kill. You see a belt picked up there when it comes to the marksman. We do have the Demon Hunter sword already starting to work on to our second item as well. Kind of a tie there now as we go into Pinkie Pie's trying to look for an escape. Ooh, gets taken out. Kiki Lulu doing a great job of really ironing in onto Pinkie Pie, target focused and finding that kill. That's going to bring it to a 13-6 game right now. Only about a 2K gold lead there so far, as the rest of the team trying to defend their jungle against Hilda or 444 on this Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're trying to stop the snowball. I mean, they're doing pretty well. They've closed the gap a little bit. Mini in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, outplayed. Mini tried. Now going in, Arthur trying to latch on the kid who does not have that BMI anymore. So we're going to find finally a secured kill there for Arthur. 2, 3, and 2 right now. Pinkie Pies laying on the suppressive CC here. Can they latch on to Say Fox in a bad way between 3 members? But now getting healed up. Look at that healing ability from an Alice. Say Fox in the middle of them, still able to survive. And we were talking about this. That is the value you get from an Alice in between your team.
Yeah, I mean, an Alice is an absolute monster, and it's just going insane still.
Yeah, Arthur does find a kill onto Kiki Yu. 444 finds one onto Pinky. Now Arthur and Minnie trying to chase down this 444. All the while, Kiki Lulu allowed an eternity to be able to scoop up this turtle very comfortably. Only about a 3K gold lead for the side of Power Rangers, but with every minute, they continue to expand that lead. And it feels like Syndicate always kind of fighting in this reactionary way. Still able to find a few kills on the board, but I mean, always reactionary and not delegating their own pace of this match. Say Fox gonna go ahead, find themselves and escape from that top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, kids, I mean, almost online at this point. He's going into the bottom lane. Look at the damage that he's able to do to Minnie, but Minnie's able to get the pop up and secure a lot of sustainability there. Kid not able to go down too much. Hell rush.
Oh, Kiki Lulu. The back end of that quad shadow did not put them out of harm's way. The glorious pathway laid down, able to slow them down. Black Dragon is out as well, looking for a meal. Isuru gonna go ahead, dodge around this corner as a Say Fox comes in to the back end. Isuru taken down, and Pinkie Pie might be next on the chopping block, looking to get Say Fox, but taken down on their own. Kid gets eaten up by Minnie, and now it is these tanky boys. 444 taking on Minnie, looking for the advantage. I believe you got the anti-heal already on Minnie. You can see from these fights here, they both have to turn around down at 1/3 health.
Yeah, I mean, it's a back and forth game. They're going pretty hard. The gold lead is still minuscule, not too much. I think really you got to keep it up to like Minnie and Arthur kind of keeping the team alive on Syndicate, being able to, you know, secure some of those sneakier kills. But again, I think they really need to shut down 444, and coming into the late game, that could be a possibility.
Ooh, big pop-up does land on a Kiki Lulu. They find a kill on to the enemy jungler. And a Fury of the Phoenix comes down to go ahead and offset that 444 underneath the tower. Finds a kill onto Minnie. Now we're going to go ahead, focus up onto this Lord from the backside. 444 looking for an angle. Wants to go in on, you can see he's bloodthirsty. Wants to connect onto Pinkie Pie. He's doing a great job staying in the background. Zaman Force has been laid down. Kel Rush trying to zigzag his way to some damage here. Isuru on the back end is going to have to disengage to go back to the base, whittled down to about 10% health as this Lord now open for the Power Rangers. Ugh.
They're just going ham. 444 and the enemy's back line. going crazy. Lord now into the hands of Power Rangers. I mean, this is huge. This will be the moment that they'll be able to clear out all of the tier 1 towers and give even more pressure on the side of Syndicate and you know, keep that gold lead going. I'm guessing that they're probably going to maybe freeze some of the lanes, take out that mid tower, and gain as much as they possibly can here from Syndicate. Right now, we can see, again, 444 just being a menace and a nuisance into the back line. I have a fight over this mid tower here.
Yeah, the final boss in the form of 444 waiting, being patient, now going to go in, looking for more kills, finds it in the form of Mini. Mini does find one on to Say Fox, and Kid goes down as well. 2 down for each one. We're starting to push into Syndicate territory. Shadow Kill is out. Cal Rush finds the kill there. Unfortunate for Syndicate, I want to say they are just not able to find an answer for the raid boss that is 444. He's getting some great distance here. He's got some great pushing power. He finds the angles in a lot of these fights too, able to kind of stay in that little pixel bush by the tier 2 tower and wait for that fight to kind of envelop, wait for the enemies to get low before he charged in. Not even that, he's so tanky right now because they're so I don't want to say they're so ahead, but they're up there. He's already got the anti-cuirass. He's picked up the belt as well. And now picking up some magic defense as well. So I'm not really sure who is going to be able to kind of like offset that. And we've seen how well, no matter where you are, even underneath the tower, it seems like there's some parts where Syndicate gets a little sloppy. 444 is right there to go ahead and seal the deal in. Black Dragon is out. Now big focus on to Say Fox, but that is going to be the Alice pick up there. Oh, Mini takes a heap of damage, down to 25%. Arthur on the back end is able to find a kill onto Kid. Mini down as Say Fox finds the kill there too. Cal Rush is down 444 with another kill. 13, 2, and a 4 as 444 finds himself an escape. In comes the Quad Shadows looking for an upset. Kiki Lulu finds one onto the mage. A kill there as Syndicate have to disengage back to the core. Mid lane starting to get pushed. Kiki Lulu comes onto the back end. Is it going to be enough to take down Arthur? It is not, very wisely latching right next to Isuru as the rest of Power Rangers try to put the boots to this high ground tower. Now there are only 2 left for the side of Syndicate.
Yeah, and I like that so I was going to critique them if they didn't take that mid tower and then just disengage and clear the whole jungle. I was going to be like, we need to step back here. 444 looking at 4 people right now. Is he going to be able to take all 4 of them? Time will tell.
Well, there's not really,
and I don't think there's much they can do.
There's not really a slow for them. They've got a couple of pop-ups. Ooh, in comes the dragon just a few seconds too late. Now they're going to go ahead, dive deep into this engagement. Mini gets taken out by the jungler. Arthur's going to have to use that flash to get out. Ooh, 44. He was a little blood hungry there. He looked like he was going to maybe try to go for it, but the 4 members of Syndicate able to kind of secure that escape for Arthur. But that doesn't mean that 444 doesn't have anything on his mind. He's going to be able to go ahead, clear out these lanes. He's just been a huge factor. 13, 2, and 5 for this game. Secondary on that list, I would say, is Who's Yuki, who has been providing such great amounts of suppressive fire in the form of these stuns with that Fury of the Phoenix.
Exactly, and I mean, with a Lord barreling down, the lanes aren't as synced as I'd like them to be, but you know they're going to attempt to try to take something. If they can take someone out of this Lord push, this would be huge for them.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway is out. Isuru very low down to 50%. Black Dragon is out, sweeping through the back lane. We do have the Fury of the Phoenix does stun up the team members. Isuru in a little bit of trouble. We do have the Shadow Kill out there looking for an opportunity to get to the back line, but very wisely. Oh, you can see that Syndicate able to kind of keep their survival up and even a kill in their pockets. Now the rest of Power Rangers are going to have to back up, unfortunately, as they have lost the advantage of that Lord and still not able to come away with another high ground here.
Yeah, at my perspective, they really needed to, not push so hard with that Lord. They didn't even have the left and right link synced. they really needed to critique what they were doing there. They kind of just went in with the Lord, hoping that it could be, you know, like that 6th man. But again, it's not, you know, and then you're seeing the kill sneak through, and now Power Rangers gave Syndicate some breathing room, and this is kind of what they were looking for. Let's see if they can make something out of it. Really need to bait someone out from the side of Syndicate here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially when you don't sync up all the lanes, you don't have pressure. You don't force Syndicate to spread out all of their characters, all of their abilities to all these different lanes. And in fact, what you do is you hurt yourself, because now you've forced all of them to focus on one lane, that one lane that you're trying to push in. They just absolutely burst it and able to find themselves a kill. You want all of the pressure on there. Oh my God, Say Fox dives in, gets held up by 3 members. This might be it. Beautiful. Fury of the Phoenix comes out there. Say Fox trying to get to the back line. You can see Pinkie Pie trying to do a great job. Out comes the glorious pathway. Down goes the Say Fox, but from the back end, Kid looking for an angle. Kiki Lulu gets caught out by Minnie. He gets petrified. Here comes the shadow kill. Is it going to be enough? Kid finds a kill onto Arthur. Minnie in a little bit of trouble, is going to have to try to disengage from there. 444 on the back end, finds a kill, is going to have to disengage. 2 down for Syndicate, 3 down for Power Rangers. This might be an opportunity for them to go ahead and maybe pick up this Lord.
I mean, they have Kel Rush, so they definitely have the possibility. I think right now they understand that they don't have their jungles, so they're going to maybe take some towers here. Yuki in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, underneath the tower now. Glorious Pathway is out there, and 444 gets taken down. The tower is at about 50%. Looks like they are finally going to go ahead, turn this table down to the Lord. You can see here that last engagement up there, able to turn this around. Look how well Minnie was so low on this and still hanging out, but eventually taken out by 444. But the side of Syndicate able to find the kills they needed to find those 3. Now we do have another engagement here from the back end. Kiki Lulu comes in there, not able to find the advantage. Red team, Syndicate able to pick up that Lord.
Yeah, I mean, what I kind of seen there is, like, I didn't understand why they wanted to fight. Like, you know, it was just, I think they seen that the Alice, Say Fox, was just so deep, and they, you know, they were requesting backup, and requesting that backup kind of messed up Power Rangers. And now, not only did that mess them up, they gave Syndicate severe breathing room, and now they have the Lord, they have the gold lead, they have the ability to, you know, change the tide here.
Yeah, the thing is too is like with a lot of these engagements, I mean, I'm looking for that combination to come out, the Claude and the Zestian ultimate, so that you get a lot. Oh my God! And as you can see here, the Alice just getting blown up. Say Fox very low and cleaned up quickly. That's another time Say Fox got taken out before the fight comes out. Who's Yuki in trouble? In comes 444 looking to disengage for their teammates. Kid gets caught in the back end though. Is it going to be enough? Able to use that BMI to get himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, 444 on the back foot, and this is the problem with the Hilda. When you're alone, when you're behind, you are not as useful for your team. Lord barreling down toward the core, looking to tie things up here. Syndicate looking to bring this to a game 5, and they succeed.
You know, I'm just blown away by this. I cannot believe that this has went this far. Syndicate was on the back foot, and then just a flick of the switch, and now they're the winners. I mean, it's coming down to that one last fight where they just slipped up.
I'm actually kind of wondering, I guess. Oh, well, I mean, I was looking at, I'm trying to figure out how were they able to burst down the Alice so much, but Pinkie Pie is able to apply the stacks with a glowing wand. You've got Arthur who has Sea Halberd as well. So, and a Sea Halberd as well. That's a big thing too. If you can, on an assassin, on like a Nolan, if you can really output a decent amount of damage, yeah, you could bring down Alice. Usually, I mean, she's got such a huge hero pool that you're really not trying to burst her down, but I figure, I want to say Nolan is one of those that really can output the damage needed to be able to kind of be that fearsomeness. And Stay Fox was having a big problem coming to terms with that. Got caught out, I want to say at least 3 times while I was counting there. Not to be outdone by, I want to say 444, who had a huge game, 13, 3, and 7, but unfortunately could not hold on to that for his team as a Syndicate really came away with this victory. 8, 2, and 5 on Kel Rush there, really leading his team. And then the stats of the devil, 666 on Arthur.
Definitely. But without further ado, let's take a small break until we go into the final game. Syndicate versus Power Rangers.
Shinobi にとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached it. Game 5 between these two titans trying to duke it out in the map. Syndicate taking on Power Rangers have brought us to that golden hour, game 5.
100%. Not only that, this is an insane game 5 because I couldn't tell which way it was leaning, right? Like it was just, it's both ways. I thought it was Syndicate. I thought it was Power Rangers. Then I thought it was Syndicate. And then I thought it was Power Rangers. And then Syndicate just went whack. And then now we're in game 5. So into the Golden Cup here. They're banning the Hilda. Major respects right there. Fredrin also gone. This can be wild. What's your take, Private?
When it comes to games like this, especially when it comes to game 5s and it's been back and forth, I kind of have to wonder what is at play. What is that secret sauce that's kind of been making some of these teams successful? Maybe for one thing, it could be on the red side is the ability to reply to that first pick with 2 very strong picks of your own, which seems to have been like, I want to say being on the red side at 100% win rate right now when it comes to this series. So maybe that has to play into it as you get that one pick at the beginning that you're hoping is going to be strong enough, but immediately gets countered out by the additional 2 picks that the red side has. Here, Power Rangers on the red side. So I feel like you're going to have to do something special on a Syndicate. Maybe get a pick out there that is 1, strong, but 2, maybe that is adjustable, something that you can put into different lanes, something that can keep Power Rangers guessing so that they're not able to just have such a snappy retort and snappy reply to your composition.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely one thing or another when it comes to those types of situations. And again, I kind of want to know what, Syndicate's going to be cooking up this time around, right? Because like Power Rangers, they're showing tenacity. I mean, they have the ability to bring it down, but the execution at the end's kind of lacking. But Syndicate has the ability to kind of just take it to a whole different approach at this point. Pinkie Pie able to pick up the Eve and go from there. They're not trolling us, are they?
We're going to wait to see if they actually pick that up. Eve picked up, we've seen this before. Eve picked up right at the beginning and hopefully not countered out. The carry picked up by Power Rangers. We saw this a little bit in game 3 as well. Carry just does an amazing job, maybe kind of like to offset that possibility of an Alice pickup on the side of Syndicate. But I mean, do you go with the Alice knowing what they were able to do to you last time, or maybe go with something else that might be able to get you a decent push here, especially against something like the dragon that you're going to have coming out from the side of Power Rangers? Is there something else that we can do to kind of get to that back line to be that same nuisance that the Black Dragon will provide?
For sure. I mean, the Black Dragon is probably one of the biggest nuisances that can jump on and get Pinkie, right? Like, I feel like that was their execution. They were like, we need this right now before the second ban phase. I'm not going to lie, the Claude went pretty hard last game, so picking up the Claude again is huge. Khalid, also an absolute nuisance. Alice is still open, but do they want to run that back?
Yeah, that's the big question too. You're going to have a decent amount of early game with the Khalid. The only problem is when it comes, I like the Khalid here only because we don't have a squishy mage. I think too many times we have something I've seen before. I think we talked about it before. You have a Kimmy or a mage that needs to be protected, a mage that needs to be peeled for, and we pick a Khalid who isn't really the tankiest, or he isn't really the most CC heavy tank where he can peel for you. He can get you out of harm's way. Here, you're going to be looking for Khalid to traverse the map, get you that early game advantage, dish out a decent amount of damage to the enemy team there. And Power Rangers, they're going to go ahead, round out their first half of the composition with Kalia.
Kalia again. I mean, and one of the games that we've seen earlier was a deciding factor, right? The Kalia just can go pretty hard. It's again one of those tanks that really can roam around and create some really good sets for him. But coming into the second banning phase, they get rid of the Sora. Again, another I feel like a good ban, just because you just don't want that set ability that hero offers. And then the Zetian ban as well. They know that they need to pick up a mage on the side of Power Rangers. So kind of just banning out the mages are what we're gonna see from Syndicate. And then from the side of Power Rangers, I mean, they're gonna probably maybe target some jungles here.
Yeah, when it comes to jungles that are kind of left out there, kind of considering where we can go. I mean, we've taken off some of the big ones, the Leomord, and Hayabusa. We also have the Fredrin taken off the board. I mean, we still have, I think, have we seen Yushin Shin? Has he been pretty dominant in the jungle lane? I mean, there's still some options. Suyu is one of those that we could possibly see there in the jungle. I know we're big focusing on that. I like that they took off the Fanny. That game 3 really kind of stick it in their heads from how dominant that was. And there is the Suyu pickup there for Kiki Lulu. I'm wondering what the answer is going to be. My big thing is, how do we close the gap on that back line? I know we had a huge amount. It was another problem with game 3 where Kid was on the carry. We were not able to get back there to be able to take them down. Here he does have the flicker, so he's not going to have the purify. Well, I guess that kind of depends on what kind of distance closing abilities we're going to have on the side of Syndicate to be able to kind of get to that back line and close it up. If we're only going with front line here, I feel like Syndicate is going to have a huge problem.
True. I mean, I definitely can understand that, right? Because, like, how are you going to get to the carry? Jesus Christ. They said the Lapu Lapu, and then we're also going to go with the Nolan, right? Two huge dives, I would say. I mean, the Khalid can also get back there as well. What? Are they going to pick up?
For me, the Nolan, especially in the early game that we saw coming out from Syndicate, it wasn't the most impressive. I feel like it felt like there was a little bit of a lack of communication between the team. A lot of times Nolan would go in for the fracture while the enemy still had a flicker up or still had abilities up. And I feel like that's something that's really imperative for the team to kind of be communicating. Okay, flicker's down, flicker's still up, so that he knows that he doesn't need to waste those abilities, bait them out. And he had a large issue with that at the beginning of the last game. Here, we're going to go ahead, settle down on the Kadita pickup. So we've got some distance closing. I feel like I like the idea behind Syndicate's draft here. You're going to be able to trap them with the real world manipulation. You've got Isuru on the Khalid that can come in with some setting potential and dish out damage. You've got the Lapu Mini that can come in there, dish out some damage. And when they're all low, hopefully Arthur can come in there from the flank to finish them off.
Yeah. We'll have to see. But I mean, we're going into game 5 here. This is it. This is the make it or break it. It's either going to be Power Rangers or Syndicate. They're throwing everything they possibly can at each other. Again, I think they really need to just kind of think about their positioning, where they're at in the game. Because if you got the lead, you got to keep the lead. And I mean, if they can keep that mentality going, I think they have something here. But getting into game 5 here, Private.
Yep, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final of the grand finals here. It is going to be Syndicate taking on Power Rangers. We are at game 5. No more chances for either of these teams. It is time to put it all on the lines. A little bit of pressure at the mid lane, 2v2, as both, I want to say, junglers going to go ahead starting at their orange buff.
Yeah, I mean, right now what we're kind of seeing, we're seeing 2 dive heavy EXPs, always a lot of pressure here into the beginning. Hell Rush, you know, taking a bit of damage in the early side, nothing too crazy from what I can see now, but what a dive! Was that a Petri?
You can see there, Pinkie Pie is able to go ahead and create some distance there. Isuru very low for this early in the game. Is going to have to go ahead and catch themselves a quick ride back to the base. Not going to be able to provide that support to the mid lane that he wants. Another thing too is we don't really have an amazing amount of CC to kind of assist in Cal Rush. He's going to be raw dogging it when he goes for a lot of these fights. You're going to need to get very, very low, wait for a lot of these abilities to be expended before you want to come in with that blazing duet, or before you want to come in with Arthur on this Nolan pickup. Speaking of which, Pinkie Pie in trouble, gets blasted on there. What a way to close the distance. A great read there by Kiki Lulu and the rest of the Power Rangers to team up 3-on-1, and Arthur's gonna have some problems here. Tsunami Slam gets pounded on there by the Kalia and are not able to offset this pickup by Kiki Lulu, who go ahead and start taking jungle minions from the Syndicate side. We do have the turtle up, but it doesn't look like any team is ready to contest it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're setting up, they're trying to get vision right now, but a lot of control by Kiki Lulu. Black Dragon coming out looking for Arthur. Petrify.
Ooh, petrified on the mini. Now Mini goes in there with the Bravest Finest form, looking for it, finds a kill onto Say Fox. Suru able to find a kill of their own, but Kiki Lulu does find the turtle. Blazing Duet is out to clear out the mid lane as well. Keep that up there. Suru does put on a bit of damage onto who's a Yuki, who is going to be able to use those tides to get away.
Definitely, and we're kind of looking at a pretty heavy presence here. Yo, Pinky!
Ooh, Kiki Lulu went just a little too deep and got caught up there. Maybe not as maybe a little bit more questionable on the Suyu pickup, not as esteemed as he is on some of the other pickups there. Just kind of put himself a little bit into harm's way there. Ooh, Isuru is going to go ahead and use that Raging Sandstorm to get himself back to safety. Kid picked off the map. A good pickup there for Arthur and Cal Rush.
Definitely, and I mean, we're looking at a couple of resets happening at this point. 4-1 Syndicate, you know, showing some great tenacity in the very first part of the game. Pinky kind of getting away with 1 HP. Mini just going absolutely nuts. 4 for 4, stuck in a tough lane here, really low.
Yeah, I want to say as much damage as Isuru has been taken, he's just been having a phenomenal game here. Checking out these bushes, getting that information, being a good setting there. You can see him going ahead, initiating onto them. 4 for 4 in a little bit of trouble there. Pinkie Pie gets caught on the back end. Cal Rush trying to burst him down to reply. 1-to-1, a big pickup there for both teams there. As Pinkie Pie, they lose both of their mages, the Power Rangers and Syndicate. Now in the back end, Say Fox looking for a little bit of damage onto Mini, who's going to dash to his tower.
Yeah, I mean, the turtle right now is the focus. Looking like Khalid is trying to give it a little bit of vision here. We're kind of watching quite the power play. Here we go.
Yeah, Black Dragon looking in the back, trying to find Arthur. He finds Arthur, who dashes in. Real world manipulation is out with the Petrify. Arthur dodges the damage. Say Fox a little deep into enemy territory as Arthur, looking for an angle, has to watch as Mini gets taken down. And this looks like to be a free turtle for the side of Rangers. Kel Rush looking to come in from the side, not able to find it, and is going to have to, he's actually being chased away. Popped up there. Kid comes in. He's going to have to use that blazing duet. Is it going to be enough? BMI back to the tower. Isuru takes a heap of damage, able to use his ability to get out of harm's way, but down goes Kid. Arthur with the pickup for Syndicate. 6-3 right now. Nary a 1K gold lead for them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yuki able to secure the kill onto Arthur, but and falls to Pinky. So again, just trades back and forth here. 7-4. The gold lead's not too crazy. I haven't even seen too much tower presence recently just yet neither. So again, there's just a bit of fighting over objectives that I don't think are very crucial.
Yeah, right now, Kid and Kiki Lulu looking for an angle. You got 444 in the bush. Isuru might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets caught by 3 members. Going to use that Raging Sandstorm to get out of harm's way. Caught immediately. Out comes the Blazing Duet with the BMI. Here comes the rest of the team. Pinkie Pies gets caught. The Kadena, who's Yuki, might have been able to find that kill. Auto attacks. He does miss the pop-up, but Kiki Lulu finds a kill onto Kel Rush. Takes a couple of tower shots for that, but able to get out of harm's way. Black Dragon is out. Arthur just narrowly escapes it as Isuru tries to get that information to him. And this looks like it's going to be a tower for Power Rangers.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to continue to press this mid. But again, I mean, they were able to take one tower in the top, but also going to lose their bottom tower. So, I mean, it's, again, still what I would consider a really good 50-50 trade here. We're going to see a little bit of a more of a control vision-wise for Power Rangers on the map. Again, if they can secure a kill onto Who's Yuki, ooh, CC immune!
Yeah, big Tsunami Slam does come out there. I see we're in a little bit of trouble there. Arthur takes a heap of those rough waves coming out from Who's Yuki on the back end. Mini does find Save Fox. Pop-up lands on a Kel Rush. Kiki Lulu finds a kill there. Out comes the real world manipulation. Slamming damage down and finds 2 members. Does Pinkie Pie for their team. That is 3 down for the Power Rangers. Who's Yuki? Zagging gets a wrong ticket into Pound Town and taken down by Syndicate. That is a complete team wipe for the Power Rangers. Syndicate looking to take themselves a turtle.
Yeah, I mean, right here, this is what you would call a turning point. Kind of looking at some of the instant replays. Say Fox caught on by Mini, does flicker out to be able to secure no more poke on himself, and then Yuki able to get a little bit of a CC. Pinkie Pie also able to get the real world manipulation down, stop the escape, get a double kill on the 444. And it just kept going. And now we're seeing a little bit of a clap back up here at the top lane.
Yeah, and this is kind of unfortunate. This has been the story of this game, is every single time somebody gets an advantage, their team gets so greedy pushing out, and then they're able to get answered back immediately. Pinkie Pie on the back end here might be in a little bit of trouble here, getting chased by Save Fox, who picks up the kill. It's Isuru alone here, and that's going to be a double for Power Rangers. Just as soon as Syndicate got the advantage, got the kills, won a complete team wipe, they put themselves into harm's way, getting a little too greedy for the tower, pressing without anybody there on backup, and that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and kind of looking at Mini might be the next target here as 444 is kind of sneaking them out here. Kind of take a look at some of the items. We do see the Nolan's kind of online as well. Again, the Claude is just now kind of, I think he's close to building 2 items, so we could see Kel Rush definitely coming online here soon, but Pinky able to get a kill onto Say Fox. I think this is gonna be, I mean, it's not make it or break it, because again, it's still 30 seconds till the next Lord. But what was the point there? What happened there, Say Fox?
Yeah, as you can take a look here, I want to say marksmans are all kind of lined up when it comes to the gold, so they're going to be very even here. It just depends. I feel like the targets, you have Mini who can get come deep into the back line onto Kid, but I feel like Mini has a great ability to kind of get himself out of harm's way. Isuru coming around the flank to go ahead and really put the damage onto 444, who gets caught there. Kid alone underneath his tower. Pinkie Pie looking for the kill. Arthur finds one. Kid able to answer back. Now Say Fox comes in with the jump and the petrify, finds 2 members of Syndicate. Now we're turning this back around. Syndicate, or Mini and Pinkie Pie on the flank here. Pinkie Pie a little brave for a squishy mage there on the side, but maybe a little confident because he knows he has Mini at his side. Almost got leaped on there by a Say Fox. Now they're gonna go ahead and disengage. 15 to 12 on the map right now, and just under a 1K gold lead at the top lane. Kelrush finally able to go ahead and push in his lane.
Yeah, and again, the Lord battle, the wait and the bait, you know, the rubber band match is kind of happening here. Right now, Syndicate really needs to kind of bait them out. They got the gold lead. Don't let them farm up too much here while the wait and the bait's happening. Maybe try to catch something at the point. I mean, you see the Yuzongs at the bottom part of the map. Might have been a play to get him out of here. Yuki gets noticed. Again, a great play. Looks like they're gonna, Syndicate is just gonna burst the Lord at this point, but a fight's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The Black Dragon was just a few seconds too late. Mini does find a kill, finds 2 kills there. Who's Yuki able to answer back to Kelrush? Say Fox last onto the back line, able to find the mage, but surrounded by a few members of Syndicate who bring this to a 2v4 kills in favor of Syndicate.
Definitely. I mean, the Lord coming in down here, kind of looking at an instant replay here. We see the Black Dragon trying to come into the back line, but Kelrush able to secure quite a bit of the pressure. Does pay for it, but I think actually laid on enough damage to take out most of the teammates of the team. And Say Fox once again just kind of doing its own thing and solo fighting Mini in the bot there. A tough spot to be. The Lord does break the golden presence and charges the tower there, so I mean, a good first Lord, but we'll see what they're able to make of it. Can they keep it up?
Big pop-up by Kalia, who does snatch up the Asura. Now looking for a little bit of a disengagement. Black Dragon is out. Mini comes in, slams down with a stun, but I'm kind of curious. Oh, dancing back and forth. He gets caught by 444 on the back end. Kiki Lulu does find a kill on to the enemy jungler, trading back and forth. 2 down for Syndicate, 1 down for 444. This is what this game has all basically been about. Kills, and then unfortunately, the team that gets ahead makes like a mistake, and immediately it gets turned around as we take a look at the items.
Yeah, the game's definitely not a huge snowball effect. Anything can change the tide pretty quick, so it's just don't give up, you know? Like, Kid can definitely turn this around, kind of looking at some of the items picked up. Definitely could be a monster at this point. Kelrush, though.
He tried. He got 3 of them with that pop-up. I think in any other day, he might have been, if he still had that petrify, he probably would have done great. But 3 of them just really kind of spraying on that damage is really going to wear down on that, even in Black Dragon form. Say Fox down for the count. 19 more seconds until he's on here. As we can take a look, Gold Lead has been firmly on the side of Syndicate. They've had the lead for a while, and they just have not been able to give it up. Even with some of these back and forth fights, I want to say the big impactful team fights have all been won by Syndicate. There have been a few opportunities where Syndicate got a little bit greedy after those fights and then get caught by Power Rangers, but those big fights, the objectives, the tower pushes have really been won by the Syndicate here. We have, oh, I didn't know that we had a Marcel who's giving us a little bit of a time freeze here on the stream. So that's his ultimate, the golden hour. I think we're all caught in it right now as casters, waiting for the game to continue.
Hopefully the stream
little bit of a technical difficulty there. All right, but I'm going to go ahead and check out here, guys. We can go ahead and see the trio now. Mini actually gets taken out. Kid puts a huge amount of damage onto him, and now they're moving on to the mage. They absolutely turn this around. It's just Arthur alone to protect. They do have the Lord at their backs going ahead to get that push, but it's just one man here. About 19 seconds left for the rest of his team. As you can see right now, the side of Power Rangers looking to push through this mid lane. Arthur, there's not much that he's going to be able to do. 444 doing a great job trying to be that shield in front of Kid.
Definitely. I mean, was the Lord really worth it at that point? Like, yeah, you still have presence, but now you've given Power Rangers the breathing room that they needed to kind of change the tide. All I need is one team fight, a little bit of an upset.
Oh, and Arthur goes in. I'm not even, well, I don't even know what he wanted there. Was the Litho one, was it worth it? The Litho Wanderer and him have become best friends, and he did not want his buddy to go down without a fight. Real World Manipulation comes out, Black Dragon to get out of it, but on the backside there, Isuru trying to get out of harm's way. Mini in the fray of things, looking to try to take on the action. Big pop-up lands on the 3 members. Cal Rush is able to find a kill. Now looking to try to turn this around. Kill a Syndicate. Kid down for the count. Pinkie Pie lays down the path for him, burns him on his way out, but the rest of Power Rangers looking to disengage.
Insane. I mean, I thought it was anybody's game at that point. I thought maybe Syndicate was going to drop the ball, but they were able to clap back quite a bit there and change a little bit of the tides. Pinkie Pie kind of keeping the team alive. And I feel like that's what a Yve needs to do, right? Like the Yve, their sole purpose is defense, defense, defense. And they just excelled at that, right? I feel like Syndicate would be in a tough situation if they didn't have the Yve. And then Power Rangers kind of turning the tides in this whole series right now. It's going to be tough. I mean, both teams are definitely clapping back. It's coming down to well-positioned team comp and who can get a pick early on. Again, they really need to get these picks around major objectives so that the tide is turned harder towards one side versus the other.
They are absolutely as even as it gets as far as the gold is concerned. 1 kill separates the highest from the lowest right now, as now they're looking for an angle or an opportunity to really be able to get into there. Fox now working around mid lane. You can see the rest of Syndicate kind of dancing around this Lord, wondering, trying to be patient here. It's just Arthur there at the middle. You don't really have to take the out comes the Black Dragon. They're trying to chase Arthur, who's way far away. Kel Rush in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna try to use that Blazing Duet to take down who's Yuki. He's not able to find it. Petrify and a pop-up. That might be it for Kel Rush. He's gonna use that BMI to get away. The rest of the team on the flank looking to support their teammate coming in. Syndicate with the damage. Pinkie Pie running for the hills. Fox senses the taste of blood, and Kiki Lulu able to find it. 3 down for the side of Power Rangers, 2 down for Syndicate. Big pop-up lands onto their 4-4-4, gets demolished. Syndicate with a huge opportunity to take down this Lord.
That was definitely a huge play there. Again, now leading it back into Syndicate's hands, you know, like that was a great team fight. I think we might end up seeing a replay here, kind of looking at what was going down, right? Fox definitely going after Pinkie, but not able to get it, kind of looking to back out. He ended up leaving his teammates instead of attempting to maybe help him and keep him going. But again, not much they could do. Power Rangers got the 4-for-4 turned on themselves.
Yeah, and man, a great job by them. I do feel like we're watching this, as you can see here, Mini on the side, and 28-25 right now, a 3K gold lead, but at this point in the game, you have the 20-minute mark. Everybody's basically full build, looking for an opportunity here, looking for somebody to make a mess. Oh, they tried to latch on to Yuki. They weren't able to find it. 444 dives in. Suru looking for the disengage. Black Dragon is out. He finds the petrify, but gets taken down by 3 members. The rest of the team now looking to take it onto these high ground towers. 444 does latch on and tries to find the pull. Out comes the real world manipulation. Lord still has about 10% health left. 444 immortality has been procced. He's going to be able to dash his way to safety as the top lane begins to crash into the tower. Who's Yuki? Down for the count. 444 still looking to try to get out of this. Gets taken out. 3 down for the side of Power Rangers. Syndicate suffering 3 losses as well, but Kelrush staying in. Oh, look at the damage on the Kelrush. Still has that immortality, and off screen, Kiki Lulu survives with a sneeze of health, able to find the 4th kill onto Pinkie Pie.
That literally just gave them enough breathing room, and you could see that Pinkie Pie missed that first ability onto Kiki Lulu, and that's what really caused him to be able to stay alive at 1 HP. I mean, it's 3 against 2. They could look to maybe get one more pick here to apply more pressure, but it doesn't look like Power Rangers wants to go too much. They're just going to control the map at this point. Again, a crazy game. It could be anybody's at this point.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a lot of these engagements. It's been going just back and forth. 4 seconds left onto this Lord. Suru is just really a mess. You see how quickly he's trying to get out there? He actually just gets snapped up by the Tsunami Slam. Black Dragon is out as well. Rush on the back end, gets petrified, popped up a ton of damage. He's gonna have to use his BMI to get out of harm's way and taken down. Kiki Lulu finds the kill there. Safe Fox able to find himself and escape. Minnie is down. That's a 3 down for the side of Syndicate. Power Rangers looking to be in a good position here. Do you go for the Lord? Do you try to push the lane? You can see Pinkie Pie trying to offset that push there by Kid, and it looks like they're going to go ahead, turn their attention to this Lord, especially at the 21-minute mark. This is going to be a monster that Syndicate is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord's definitely going to be barreling down, but the problem with Power Rangers is like I feel like right now the Lord's going to happen, but they need to not press it, control the lanes, allow the minions to kind of, slow push so that they can bring the vision and the balance of the map more into their hands, because they really need to break into Syndicate's base at this point. I mean, that's one win condition. They can also really just get a pick and then steamroll Syndicate at this point. But again, you can't get too overzealous. You can kind of see that they're not pressing the Lord. The Lord's all alone. As long as it's not getting burned down by the enemy team, it's good. But I'm not sure what Kiki Lulu is trying to do here. Maybe they're trying to get a little cheeky pick.
Ooh, maybe you
like
force out the bravest fighter from Minnie there. Yeah. But he has that back, I want to say, every like 12 seconds. So he just takes a breath and he's going to have that bravest fighter stance back for his team. Just right now, they have the advantage. Power Rangers going to look to they're being very patient. They don't want to clash without this Lord in there. They're lining up all of the lanes. They're being very smart about this final, what could potentially be the final push here. They want to have all the attention on all the lanes so that they're not just getting focused down at mid. Unfortunately, you see how quickly they're able to burst down those side lanes. Big push comes into the mid lane there. Lord taken down onto the backside. Bravest fighter, big pop up with the Black Dragon, looking for a target. Kelrush trying to spray on the damage. Blazing Duet is out, trying to spray onto the enemy team. Down goes the Lord. Suru is right there to try to wipe up some of the pickings there as well. But Power Rangers forced to disengage, only find the kill in the form of Minnie.
I mean, right there, Kelrush was sole objective was to stay alive. Looks like still more presents are coming down on the game here, but nothing too much. Again, I really think Syndicate only stayed alive because Kelrush is doing so much damage, has some great sustainability, but Arthur Immortality
Yeah.
popped.
Yeah, who's Yuki? Very wise. Oh, actually, might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Big pop-up lands, but Pinkie Pie is right there. Black Dragon, though, looking for a target, not able to find it just yet, and that is unfortunate for who's Yuki. They're going to go ahead and now press their advantage. Syndicate going for the Lord, looking if they can get the upset here. Kelrush comes in, finds a kill.
Oh, no.
Arthur steals the Lord. Kiki Lulu with the immortality, but Kelrush scoops him up. Even with the greatness of Say Fox being able to find some of those targets, this might be it. Say Fox looking for a disengagement, gets caught by the edge of that real world manipulation. Immortality procced and finally taken down. It is just Kid alone to tell the story. Immortality procced, and ladies and gentlemen, Syndicate take the win in this best of 5 series over the Power Rangers.
Insane. Syndicate, Power Rangers, both teams having the tenacity to go this far. I mean, look at that. It was 37 kills and 33. Like, both of them were just fighting it out like crazy. So again, crazy what we've seen here. Pinkie Pie definitely stepping up to the batting cage with the Yves this time around. Just showing great grit, controlling the map, and that damage from them where it was just impeccable.
And it started out like I said, it kind of goes. How do I say it? The teams were, when it comes to a lot of these fights, I feel like some people got a little overeager, got a little greedy, whether it was Isuru on this Khalid face checking bushes. He was getting a little way too greedy with a lot of those face checking, costing his team because it would put his team into potential for these team fights that they weren't ready for. Same thing kind of happened here with who's Yuki, who got that surprise onto Arthur, procced his immortality, but then it revealed his location to the rest of the enemy, and Syndicate was able to chase him down. With that happening, Say Fox tried to jump in with the Black Dragon. He wasn't able to finish it off. And with that Black Dragon wasted, with who's Yuki taken down, it was the perfect opportunity for Syndicate to go ahead and force onto the Lord that Power Rangers were trying to do at that time. I feel like you tried to be this distraction, but the enemy was able to deal with you so quickly that once they turned on to the Lord, Syndicate really had a great favor there.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great game. I mean, it was back and forth. It was anybody's time, but you never knew what was gonna happen. I was so surprised by so many different things. There was so much fighting and off objective areas, and those fights just lasted a decent amount of time. You could see people just buying and selling items, popping immortalities left and right. Some people just scurrying for the hills and returning back to the base. So it came down to it, and I think they got that power grab there at the end. Took one kill, noticed that Power Rangers was pressing the Lord, and then bam.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at those fights was it happens, I want to say, when a lot of team members are very good on their characters and they're kind of left to their own devices. I feel like what we could sometimes see as we go up to higher tiers and higher echelon is a team that kind of moves as a group. They target down as a group. Here, it kind of felt like everybody, they understood how they do their roles. They understood where they were supposed to be. So they kind of spread out and tried to accomplish that goal. But yeah, a great game there, played by both Syndicate and Power Rangers. Fortunately, Syndicate come up ahead in this best of 5.
Yeah, definitely. But I think without further ado, I'm not sure if are we just going to a break here? Are we done? What's the goal here?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this, give or take. But like we said, a great, amazing matches, but we will join you guys in a moment right after this break.
愚かなる弟よ。
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for joining us again for this exciting Golden Hour Cup tournament put on here by our lovely community. So many people working on in the background. If you just joined us, you are joining us on the eve of a very special best of 5. I want to say a series that went all the way with Syndicate taking on the Power Rangers, but eventually Syndicate coming out ahead in the grand finals. We do have an announcement because of the Amer tournament. There is a little bit of a schedule change. So the grand finals of the global server, which will feature Nighthorde taking on the Phantoms, will happen tomorrow, March 23rd at 8 Eastern. That will be a best of 5 for both of these teams. So guys, like we said, more excitement to come tomorrow potentially as we see these two global server teams clash at it. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast with you again, Aiko.
Yeah, no problem, man. And I appreciate it as well. It's been an absolute blast. Lots of things going on in the background. But definitely a ton of amazing community events being made. The Golden, it's good. It's good. I'm glad to be here. I probably won't be here tomorrow, but it was fun casting a week private.
Yeah, an absolute blast, guys. If you guys want to find out more information, make sure to look in the description on the YouTube channel to find all of our socials, find the Discord channels, all the information for North America coming at your fingertips, and more announcements to come. There's a busy time right now to be a Mobile Legends fan, especially in North America. You've got Aiko, who's managing 2 teams who are going to be competing very soon. One especially going to be competing in the Amer tournament coming up here very shortly. We've got the games coming up here tomorrow. You can catch both of us, both of our socials in the description as well. But as always, thumbs up, subscribe, and tell your friends. And you can find out more information about what's going on in North America through the Discords and stuff in the description. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a beautiful night.
See you guys later.
忍びにとって何より大切なのはチームワークだよ。どこまで行っても子供を信じてるのが親ってもんだからね。